Hello, everyone. The time is right, and as you can already smell, the lunch will be served, I believe, at 1, so we should start. Well, my name is Otto Luther, and I'm head of the Scientific Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and we act today as a host of the conference, of course, together with the heads of the PALOMERA project. So let me expand my greetings with a few words about our center, and then later on about how we are glad actually to having you today, and are looking forward for the result of your project. So since everyone nowadays is on internet, I just want to say that the SAZU is a network of 18 different institutes where researchers are working in different fields, mostly in the area of humanities. But I'm particularly glad when we host the conferences like this, meaning that the people interested in a topic covers most of the areas, or that the results of the projects are something that are used by all of us. So this is why I'm glad, because as I said, the topic you're going to discuss on the conference affects all the ZRC institutes, which means that it has almost the same bearing on the works of philosophers and historians on one side, and geologists and botanists on the other. Although, as I already mentioned, researchers in this house usually work across the disciplines. The conferences and other work meetings organized by them usually connect people from, let's say, 3 or 4 disciplines at most, whereas the results of your projects involve all of them. If I'm not mistaken, your efforts and the effort of your colleagues who started the direct data exchange and benchmarking of open and proprietary usage data for open access books with development that your project is concerned for, means that this expanding in this area is becoming larger, and that the development is faster. However, even more important is the fact that the results of the projects like yours affect our way of doing research in general and enormously. From the perspective of analog generation like mine, the impact of open access is beyond the description, which is why I'm going to explain it through the experience of someone who, while finishing MA and PhD, not only had a very limited access to literature, but also had no open access to library shelves. To researchers of my generation, each and every book was still handed over the counter, which means that not only did we have limited access to the books we knew, but we could not we could never find the ones, usually the more important ones, that we did not know about. And when I was working on my PhD, there were no Slovenian libraries with an open access to their bookshelves, which is why I considered myself fortunate to be able to work in some libraries abroad, and without the opportunity to work during that time in the, let's say, new university library in Constance, for example, I would probably have missed my deadline at least for 6 months. This is why I am and remain a fan of open access, beside the fact that having access to a vast amount of literature can cause a very similar frustration as to have almost no access at all. And I would be, as a historian, very much interested in discussions about what happens when we have access to a vast amount of literature. Hopefully during your project you are going to tackle also the questions like this, maybe even today or tomorrow during the conference. And I wish you really intriguing discussions and yes, successful presentations, and generally a pleasant stay here at ZRC and in Ljubljana in Slovenia. Sorry, and now I give a floor to the project leader, Niels Stern, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here in the room, and for those who are following us online. It's a really, really great pleasure to have come to this moment where we can look at what we have achieved during the last almost 2 years. And we'll be discussing that, and we'll be presenting that today and tomorrow. And so we have a really, really interesting program ahead of us. But before I present the program and the project in some few seconds, I just want to really thank you, Dr. Otto Luther, and your wonderful team, especially Aleš and Irena, for hosting us here. It's such a pleasure to be in lovely Ljubljana and to be in this fantastic atrium, and for your support in the organization of this conference. I also want to thank Ursula Rabat, especially, for fantastic organization of the conference, of course with support of others, but Ursula has been amazing to work with on this. And of course, I want really to thank all the participants of the project for contributing, for keeping spirits high, for fantastic conversations and discussions and work. A lot of work has been performed during this project, so thank you all. And of course, again, for you who have come here to Ljubljana to share with us and to participate and to engage and involve yourselves in what we're doing. Thank you for coming, and again, thank you for those who are online for listening in. And then, of course, finally also to the European Commission for calling for this project some time ago, and especially to our project officer at the Research Executive Agency, Irina Elena Tiron, and for Policy Officer Victoria Tsukala from the DG Research and Innovation, from whom you'll hear more later today. Right, so I'm going to just give you a very brief, quick overflight of the project. And because we are going to delve into the main outcomes of the project during, especially today. And, but just to remind everyone that the project set out with the expected outcome defined by the call that the Commission had in their work program, Horizon Videra 22. And the first expected outcome was really to improve our understanding of the landscape of scientific book publishing, and in particular, the bottlenecks in strategies and policies. So when thinking about open access, because indeed we have seen that there are quite a lot of challenges, and to document that was and to understand that better was a big expected outcome, and we will show you today how we have managed that. Then supporting alignment and aligned funder institutional policies for open access, and also to coordinate their facilitation was another big expected outcome, which we have been addressing. The way we've worked in the program, in the project, is a bit like a jigsaw. So we have had the three pieces here that should come nicely together to make it a successful project. And this project has been only 2 years. And I think most of us thought at the beginning of the project that was not a lot. I mean, normally projects are 3 years or longer. So we had to work with much speed. We had to hit the ground running, as they say, and we did. So from January, we had our kickoff back in 23, and then IBL PAN, Gabriela Manista and Maciej were really good at coordinating the knowledge gathering, the data collection, because we had to research across the whole European research area, 39 countries. So if we did not succeed in collecting the data, then that brick could not connect with the next one, which was the analysis led by Michael Laxo. And so he was waiting for the data, of course, to come in, and the recommendations then could not be made if we were not having the analysis. So everything had to fit very well together. And I'm so impressed by the fact that because of all the hard work of all the participants and the engagement also of our advisory board and external consultant during the process, meant that we actually managed to do this. Of course, supported by the coordination in our work package on the coordination and management with Mandy Lin as work package lead, and really supported and by communication activities. And you'll see Ursula Rabat also as the work package lead for communications, and the project has been very active with many presentations, with much engagement. So this is a very, an overview of the results. As I mentioned, we researched 39 countries. We have collected a lot of documents, and we've built a repository, an open repository, organizing, structuring all these documents. They're available through the knowledge base link here. We have extended the Open OA Books Toolkit with a new section on funding and policy, and we have written new articles based on the evidence, based on the findings of the project. We have a huge analysis report of the findings. It's 150 pages. It's available on Zenodo with very interesting research and analysis of the policy findings. And you'll see that the recommendations have been also created. So I think we have 42 recommendations all over, and you have maybe seen this small booklet, which is sort of in a very overview way comprising the recommendations, structured as general recommendations, common recommendations for research performing organizations and research funding organizations and policymakers, and then stakeholder-specific recommendations as well. And then we have established a funder forum where we have had 3 meetings, and we are having the 4th meeting tomorrow in person, which is lovely because the others have been online. And the Funder Forum has been a place for knowledge exchange, for discussion on topics relevant to research funders. And we have actually had, during those 3 meetings, now with the 4th tomorrow, we've had representation from 24 countries across the European research area, which I think is phenomenal. And we are really happy that funders and others have seen this as an opportunity to discuss books. And books, monographs have often been living a little bit in the shade of journals and data and other publication or other types of research output. So bringing that into the light has been really a pleasure, especially for someone like myself, who is spending all my life on book-related issues, having a background as a book publisher, and today working at the OAPEN Foundation. And then, so I would, well, maybe a little bit bold, but at least conclude that we have improved the understanding of the landscape. We have collected a lot of documentation, we have analyzed it, and we have shared all those findings. And I think also we have, to some extent, supported the alignment of policies for open access to academic books. That's not I mean, we are not there yet, but at least it's really, we have taken some things forward. So that was, in very few lines, an overflight of the project. We'll come much more into each of these elements during the day, because we have a program today where we will start sort of flipping things upside down. So rather than take you through the whole process of collecting data to the recommendations, we show you the results first. So the recommendations will be presented first, and then we'll have a panel discussing the recommendations, and that will be led by Vanessa Proudman, and she will present the panelists later. After that, we'll have a coffee break, and you can enjoy the very beautiful surroundings, and even go to the bookshop, which I happen to do, and I found a book that I was looking for. So what a great coincidence to be here. Then we'll have a presentation by Victoria Tsukala from the European Commission. Unfortunately, she could not be here in person, but she will appear on screen. Very big screen, by the way, cinematic. So you will see Victoria there. And after that, we will then start going into the deeper levels of the research, the evidence behind it all. Because the recommendations we promised should be evidence-based, and Mika Laxo and Lisa Matthias, I think, will present you with this research. And then we'll have a short break before we come back and look into how this could, how did we capture all this data that we found researching across 39 countries. Amazing job that Gabriela Minister will present to us, and also how the OA Books Toolkit was relaunched as part of the project. So that will sort of conclude the presentations before I will wrap up with a brief sort of looking beyond the project presentation and the program for the next day. And then there will be a group photo for those in the room, but more about that towards the end of the day. Right, so for housekeeping, I have promised to tell 2 things. So one is that because we are, there is, I don't know how many currently online, but there is quite a lot of people who have signed up to participate online, almost 200, I think. We should keep in mind that there has to be a mic in front of us when we speak. So if you want to ask questions, please raise your hand and then wait for the mic and tell us who you are, where you come from, and then ask your question or give your comment so everyone here and online can hear. And the second thing is that there are toilets, of course. There are toilets in the hallway, and there are also actually toilets down here. Right, and there should be sufficient water and drinks, so don't be keeping yourself thirsty. Right, that's, I think, it for me here. And then I will introduce the first speakers. So to present the recommendations, we have two speakers with us, and the first one will be Professor Johan Roerik, who is Executive Director at Coalition S, and Johan has been the task leader of the recommendations. It's been a massive task to coordinate 16 project participants coming together, different stakeholder perspectives, and get all that into one document. So we've been talking about documents as Christmas trees. That's when there are lots of comments. And Johan has led us through this process. That's remarkable. And Johan will be here together with Ursula, whom I've already introduced, but Ursula is next to this project. She is the project community manager at Operas, and as I mentioned, she is the work package lead for communications in the PALOMERA project. And she will be talking about an important aspect of our methodology, namely the validation exercises. So Johan and Ursula, please take the floor.
So, the recommendations. Niels mentioned 16 participants, but in fact, there were 24, I think 25 authors on the document, and we worked very hard in the last various months on the document. And indeed, I had the honor of sort of bringing all the comments together, especially over the summer. It was a very rich and rewarding experience. Everybody to see all that expertise from all these specialists coming together in a single document, and having the privilege really of making the final edits to the document together with Niels. So, PALOMERA recommendations. You have this document indeed in front of you, hopefully. It sort of gives the short version of the recommendations. There's a longer version, 45 pages, that will soon be made available to all of you. And that really goes into the technical detail. I will not present that technical detail today, otherwise we would still be here tonight. But I'll give a high-level introduction. So, first of all, what did we define as open access books? Because we had some questions about that. So, our definition is scholarly peer-reviewed books, including monographs, book chapters, edited collections, critical editions, and other long-form scholarly works. The term long-form scholarly work comes from the EC. But what we didn't include were textbooks and popular science books, because in fact open textbooks would really require expertise on open educational resources, and that was not within the scope of the project. So this is not to say that we couldn't do a project on textbooks, and actually I look forward to doing a project on textbooks. I think because textbooks is really the next big thing. I mean, it's really very expensive for students, all sorts of elements of equity that come into play. But that's the next project. Hopefully that will be awarded to us in the near future. So as Niels already mentioned, we wanted to make evidence-based recommendations that are aligned across stakeholders, because one of the findings in the knowledge base and in the analysis was that these open access policies for books are not aligned across stakeholders, actionable, so that they really can be put into practice, and also with short, medium, and long-term timelines. So all of that is in the document. You can find that there. Evidence-based recommendations based on the knowledge base, Niels already said it, and the OA books analysis landscape. So I'm not going to detail that because Niels already mentioned it. So I'm going to immediately delve into the high-level elements of these recommendations as well. So, lack of policy alignment, so that's why we wanted to make sure that they were aligned across stakeholders and make them practical, and distinguish between general recommendations and stakeholder-specific ones. So basically, these were the stakeholders that we took into account: research performing organizations, funding organizations, national policymakers, academic libraries, researchers, learned societies, open infrastructure providers, and academic publishers. So those are the 8 stakeholders for each of which we provided recommendations. So we also distinguished these recommendations or grouped them together in general recommendations for all stakeholders, then a number of recommendations specifically for research funders, national policymakers, and research performing organizations. And only then did we go to the specific stakeholders to have specific stakeholder related recommendations. So first recommendation was address OA books specifically in OA policies. That seems self-evident, but it is not. I mean, one of the things Mikael found is that, in fact, we see a lot of open access policies that just say publications without addressing OA books. And typically that means articles. I mean, the emphasis on articles in OA policies cannot be overestimated. And this is really needs a correction. And that's why these recommendations I think useful. OA books are always overshadowed by journals and articles. And this is something that needs to change. Also, use simple language in OA book policies. This is something that Mikael insisted on. I mean, he went through the hard work of reading all those policies, and if he doesn't understand them, then really there is a problem, people. Right? So these policies need to be couched in simple language. Also, raise awareness about OA books at all levels. That's another one I think that's important. You know, don't let OA books be overshadowed by articles and journals. They do play an important role, not just in social sciences and humanities, but also in various STEM fields. That's very often overlooked, but we have evidence to show that that is the case. Finally, concerning funding mechanisms for OA books that do not involve BPCs. So as you know, book processing charges have the same evil consequences as article processing charges in the sense that they are inequitable. They only favor authors who have funding and disfavor authors who don't have funding. So there are now a number of collective mechanisms that are available for making sure that there is funding available for books that are not author-facing, and this is something that we should try to address collectively as well with all stakeholders. Finally, the 5th recommendation is about collaboration with related stakeholders, which obviously addresses this issue that we noticed of lack of alignment across stakeholders, so really engage in collaboration. So those are the five general ones. Then for the more specific, let me see. And then for the stakeholder specific, or did I go too fast? Yes, then the common recommendations, sorry, I went too fast there. Common recommendations for research funders, research performers, and national policymakers are about reward and recognition mechanisms for OA books. I mean, those are still not in place very often. Funding mechanisms for OA books. Mechanisms to monitor OA book policies and costs, that's a very important one. Awareness about rights and licenses, very often this is also something that is a bit overshadowed, and contribute to improving the infrastructure for OA books. Infrastructure related, of course, also to things like collective action around OA books, but also infrastructure in terms of OAP and DOAB, you know, the infrastructure that supports the visibility of open access books. And then we come to the more stakeholder-specific recommendations. As I said, I have to go fast because I only have 15 minutes to present them, but you know, you have the full document at your disposal, and you can always ask questions. Specific for research performing organization is, for instance, the articulation between national policies on open access and institutional policies on open access. Very often there is a gap there that is not bridged and that needs to be addressed. So make sure that there are institutional action plans that are publicly available. It can be monitored for compliance. Raise institutional awareness about OA publications, so make sure that in your institution, there is knowledge about open access books. If you have affiliated academic publishers, very often university libraries have academic publishers, make sure that these align with the OA policies of the organization. And then finally, inclusion of metadata is something that's very important. Metadata is technical, it's often overlooked, but it's really something that is important for research output, documentation and services and monitoring eventually. Research funding organization, again, raise awareness for OA books. This is something that we already mentioned. Also provide flexible funding and research grants for OA book costs. This addresses the issue that, you know, very often authors have money for OA books and money for publication during the 4 years of a project, but then of course, very often books in such a project are not finished within the 4-year span, they need an additional year, and then you are there as an author, suddenly you don't have any access to funds anymore. This is something that, for instance, the Dutch NWO addressed by making sure that there was a book fund separately from the funding of the project itself, and I think that is very useful. We need to normalize those mechanisms, I believe, across funders. National policymakers really have a very specific responsibility. They are in a position where they can bring together all national stakeholders, you know, publishers, institutions, academies, scholarly societies. They can bring them together in one place and make them talk together and provide alignment in that sense. So that's why we put that in as a specific responsibility. Also, national policymakers have a special responsibility with respect to national languages, right? So they can address those things much more easily at that level. And that also ties into a national policy for OA books, academic books, and to mechanisms that fund OA books at the national level and the international level that aligns there, and also in terms of infrastructure. So that's for national policymakers. Then libraries play a very specific role in this ecosystem. They can promote the OA books. Very often they are sort of the first line help in institutions for OA policies. So they play a very specific and very important role at all the institutions. They can raise awareness of the importance of OA books benefits. They can make OA books more visible in their own collection. They also have an educational task. They are typically the organization that provides researchers with information on OA books. They can also set in financial and institutional incentives for books. And finally, they can play a role in archival and preservation of OA books. So this is a lot. I mean, this is the only one that has 6 recommendations. So there's a lot of work there for libraries. And libraries, of course, should be enabled to do that work. That's also important. So I'm looking at research funders and research institutions and national policymakers here. It's very important to allow them, enable them to do that work. Researchers, of course, are the ones that write the books. And very often they don't know enough about the publishing process. So they should ask publishers about OA policies. They should understand the publishing process better. So this is where the interaction with the libraries comes in. They really should get more information. Explore resources and support. There's a lot of resources and support out there that authors don't know about. So they really need to be, you know, keep an eye out for that and be told about it. And they also should share their positive experience about OA books. Very often people, you know, publish an OA book, but they don't talk to their colleagues. So, but they can be, or researchers can be the first people to advertise the benefits of OA books. And this is something that we should incentivize as well, I believe. Scholarly societies, there's about, I mean, I didn't know this, but there's about 9,000 scholarly societies in Europe, I believe. And many of these have their own book collections and journals. And it's a resource that is underutilized. I think scholarly societies are very well positioned to promote open access books. They can incentivize this, and they can advocate also for the specific disciplinary needs with respect to OA books in these OA policies. So that's why it's important to involve the scholarly societies as well at the national level for the national policymakers to see how this alignment can take place at the national and the international level. Then open infrastructure providers. Open infrastructure providers, again, are a little bit overlooked in this space, but in fact they play a very important role with respect to, not just with respect to infrastructure for books, for publication, but also with respect to quality assurance, compliance monitoring, checking, hosting, discovery, preservation. And so that's why it's really important that they be involved in this. They can provide things like alignment of terminology, authority files, they can participate in national publishing platforms, make sure that metadata are shared across systems and national libraries, and set monitoring criteria. So open infrastructure providers really have an important role to play. Finally, last but not least, publishers. Publishers, of course, are offering publication services to institutions and authors, and what we noticed is that very often there is a weak presence of the OA options among prominent national academic publishers. So we believe that publishers should advertise much more the advantages of open access books by improving the discoverability of published OA books, increasing awareness of OA and its possibilities among authors, provide clear information again on the websites, it's very often absent, and improve the metadata for open access books. And metadata is one of those red threads that run through all the recommendations. Also publish OA books in many formats is one of the things that we insist on. I mean, it's, we believe in open access books in the digital format, but there are also written, printed formats that are very important, that also allow publishers to make money on the books in a different way. So we really have to think about various formats going forward. And I think this is where I will stop. I think I overran a little bit, but Ursula can take over from me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Hi, everyone. I'm Ursula. I work on the PALOMERA project, as mentioned, as the community manager. And I'm only going to have one slide, just to talk briefly about the methodology of how we checked with the community if what we are finding and what we are coming up with actually makes sense. So, as Niels mentioned at the very beginning, each phase we had was a part of a puzzle. So we had to find a way for each of these phases to be checked by the community. And we call this approach the validation exercise. And I want to also thank Pierre Mounier, who helped me and the entirety of the group that work on this particular approach to come up with solutions on how to engage the community and ask them opinions on what we were working on. So in very early stages, we first of all asked the community about the data that was collected within the knowledge base and that you can access online in the sense of if something was missing. And out of all the documents that we collected, it turned out that not much was missing, which was a very good sign and start for the analysis part, which also got validated by the community in a peer review approach. So we had a few reviewers that joined us in person and looked at the analysis of the data and helped us move that piece of the puzzle forward. And all of this led to the very final phase, which was, as Niels and Johan talked about, the recommendations writing and drafting. And we also had a very final online event in which we called the community to help us again understand if what was drafted worked, if something was missing, if something maybe didn't sound right to them, and if anything else needed to be added. And what you see in the booklet online and in your hands is the final result of that. The entire validation methodology was also described and written about in a report that you can access via this QR code that leads to our Zenodo community. It also is available via our website as well, so you can read in detail who provided the answers, how we went about collecting the data. I can tell you that we had almost 60 individual contributions throughout these different validation exercises, but also on top of that, we engaged virus associations like the EUA, for example, to help us with the recommendations as well. So it was very much a very complex and community-led effort as well. And I want to thank every one of you, because we also got feedback from many of the present people as well. So thank you very much for helping us get there. And I think that's it from my end. We are almost ready for the panel. We did promise a little bit of a Q&A now, but I suggested we maybe do that at the end of the panel. So if everyone who wants to ask a question keeps that question in your mind, and then it can be asked in the Q&A after the panel discussion, if that's okay with Vanessa, of course. Yes, okay. Thank you very much, everyone.
So thank you very much, Johanna and Ursula, for presenting the recommendations and the methodology of validation, which was very important to us. And I should say also that other than the EUA expert group on open science, and they have a subgroup for scholarly communication who helped us validate the recommendations, we also sent the recommendations to the LIBA working group on open access, and they also really helped us on this. So thank you again to all those who have engaged so much in coming to this result. Now we're going to move over to something I've been looking forward a lot, because now we're going to test what we have done in a way by bringing a panel of our key stakeholders here. And to moderate this panel, we have Vanessa Proudman, who is the director of Spark Europe, working to make open the default in Europe. And Vanessa is also, she's been involved in, I would say, all parts of this project. Yeah, actually, I think you've been in most meetings I can remember. And it's been a great pleasure to work with Vanessa. And it's now a really great pleasure to hand over the moderation of this panel to Vanessa, who will introduce the panelists. So take it away, please. Thank you.
To be invited. Just checking that the microphone is working. Yes, it's all on. Would the panelists like to come and join me? Because without you, this isn't going to be interesting. So do join me. Thank you. So I look forward to, and hopefully you as well, an hour and a quarter. As Neil says, talking about these recommendations, and they were really built for a wide community. So all corners of Europe, a very wide range of stakeholders, and we've got some key stakeholders who we selected. We've got from Finland, Switzerland, Croatia, Portugal, UK, and Slovenia. So. And we know that the contexts are really very rich across Europe, the context of open access, but policy making and implementation. So the economics, the social context, the political context, they really all influence what policy and open access books looks like in Europe. So it's quite a tough feat to test this out, as Neil says. So how will these recommendations fall with our stakeholders around the table? We shall see. So first of all, I also wanted to say that I'm really thrilled to have been part of this project. We think it's so important for change to really base that on evidence, and there has been so much work done to really understand the landscape and to get the evidence to inform good policy. And that means with this huge knowledge base of evidence, I really believe that we have a much stronger case for open access book policies, and they will be much more successful going forward because they are based on things that work. Indeed, not all recommendations will work in each country because of the context, as I said, but there are options here and strong guidance based on the evidence. So I'm really excited that we're here after 2 years and that we've been part of that And I think also what's been really great for us also at Spark Europe, diversity is really important. We've really embraced the diversity of Europe. So we have really looked at all countries across Europe and understanding what's going on and what's not going on with open access books. So this is the start of a conversation. We've got these recommendations. There's a palette of choices, so you can see it's kind of like a menu going into a restaurant, really. You find yourself with the stakeholder and which things would work for you, yes? But don't just glance too quickly, really think about some of these, which you will, I know. Okay, but so do they really make sense to my colleagues here around the table? And as I say, this is the start of a conversation. And what we're going to talk about today on the panel is what's really critical. So from all the recommendations, what's critical to you as a recommendation, but also what's hard to implement. Is there something missing, something that we didn't think of? And where must we align? Because we've got to remember it's a hard feat, again, because of the very different contexts across Europe, but where must we align to make progress? So I'll be asking this to the panelists today. And I'm also going to encourage you, actually, for you to ask these in your countries. Because your context, if you can ask these questions, you can understand your local context much better and progress in your countries too. Okay, so we have a range of different stakeholders. On my right, we have national policymakers, we have research funders, we've also got libraries and universities, as well as university publishers. So quite a range around the table today. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you, and I'm going to try to pronounce the names of my panelists, hopefully do them justice. Mr. Ivan Skubic, who's the secretary at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation in Slovenia. Welcome. We then have Ms. Tahia Zaidi, who's a senior strategy advisor on open research at UKRI in the UK. Hope I did an all right job with your name there. Mr. João Mendes Moreira, who is head of scientific information at the Foundation for Science and Technology, the main funder in Portugal. Dear colleague and friend, Ms. Eva Melinska-Kslodi, who's a faculty librarian at the University of Zagreb in Croatia. We also have Ms. Margit de la Torre, who is head of the open access team at the University Library at the University of Zurich in Switzerland. And last but not least, the most difficult to pronounce, Ms. Susanna Nukuri, Chief Specialist Open Science at Tampere University. So welcome to everybody. So first of all, I'd like you really briefly, because we'd like to get into those juicy questions, to sketch out your open access book policy contexts. So if you could all just very briefly go around the table and explain where you are. And I think I'll start with you, Susanna. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to congratulate all of you who have been involved with this PALOMERA project. Very well done. And when I was reading this, it was, for me, it was like Pandora box, so full of different stimulants, and I was very, well, confused also, because there is so much. But from the eyes of Finland and our national policy work, I found out reading this that we have very, very many things already in place in Finland. We have like recommended here, we have this National Open Science Coordination. It's funded by the Ministry of Education and Culture, and we do very active and close cooperation in Finland very broadly. We have already National Open Science Declaration and many detailed policies to define it and recommendations. But surprisingly, we are still missing a policy for open monographs and editorial books. Although we have policies for research data and open scholarship and open journal articles and conference articles and things like that. But this policy making for these books has been exceptionally difficult, and I must say that the atmosphere has become quite tense also, which is very also exceptional in this scene. But then back to the strength, so we also have National Open Science Monitoring for research performing organizations in place. It's repeated now every second year, but the weakness here is that we don't have the policy for these monographs, and the indicators come from these policies, so we are not monitored against this kind of maturity which we are missing. So I think it does not provide us good enough overall picture where we are going right now. We also have National Open Science Reference Architecture, which defines the skills and services which are needed to fulfill the national and central international open science policies and also legislation. But we don't have proper support to implement it and to have it as a part of research performing organizations' own enterprise reference architecture. In Finland, universities have three primary tasks. They are named in legislation. It's research, education, and societal impact. And here, if we think that book format is very typical for social sciences and humanities, so how to guarantee the societal impact of these fields if their outputs are not open to all, and they can, decision makers, all the citizens cannot access them. And we know that today even strong democracies are struggling. So what's the role of this scientific information and access to it? I think that it's very crucial that we can promote the openness of books. But as part of my work, I work as a publishing manager for TUP, Tampere University Press, which is the first open access press in Finland. It became open access 2016 and in 2019 as Diamond Open Access. And it's library-led publisher. And here, when I think my colleagues in small scholarly-led publishing houses, so I think that they are missing all the strength we have in the library. We are helping a lot this press work. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Margit, would you like to tell us about your context, policy context with books? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I work at the library, so as we've heard before, we're the one with the 6 recommendations, so I think it's our action and also to raise awareness, and because we are really close to the researchers, so I think it's a lot going on with us, and I think that the researchers can use us and come to us, and if we are there, I think as it is now already in place with journals, I think this could also be a potential for open access books. So when I was reading this really good recommendation set, I was like, yeah, it's big, as you've said before, but I think it's also useful. And when I was like checking our existing policies in Switzerland and also on a national institutional level, I was really also with this, keep the language simple. This was one thing what I was really looking into, and I think there is potential on updating it, probably on the one or other point at the policy. So, as said, we have a national open access policy. In 2015, the State Secretary for Education, Research and Innovation commissioned the Swiss University, which is the voice of the higher educations in Switzerland, and together with the SNSF, the national funder, to adopt or to elaborate an open access strategy, and it was adopted in 2017, followed by an action plan, and also this year it got revised, and the focus of this policy was changed a bit in favor of green, open access and diamond. In regard of books, it is only said long-form publications, so it's not specified on what publications exactly. And on the university level, so University of Zurich, we have an open science policy in place. It's open science as default, and it was enacted in 2021, and it was a big review within the university, a lot of comments, more than 600 researchers were commenting on this draft, and the one point what was very criticized was if it's mandatory, so it's just a recommendation, or it is encouraged to publish open access. Yeah. Exactly, and I was also involved in these progresses, in this process, yeah.
Thank you very much. Eva, go ahead.
Okay, so I am the third librarian in the line, but I will not just be here as a librarian, but also as a representative of my faculty of a research performing organization. So what I can say, and this is kind of typical for the context of Croatia, is that we often do things from upside down. So we start with the practice and then we push that to the policy level. And the same thing goes for books, actually. So I coordinate the faculty press, which actually last week we had a 150th anniversary celebrated at my faculty, and we were very proud to also have a 150th open access book published at the same time. So, and that was the moment when I realized that that became something, after 5 years of struggling for open access books, that becomes some kind of a brand and an awareness around researchers and even like faculty management. So we kind of succeeded with this point of awareness raising. That still leaves us with a lot to do. We also are, the University of Zagreb is one of the last universities in Croatia that got the open science policy also a few weeks ago. And luckily I can say that this policy with regards to books is quite explicit. And when I read the recommendations, it actually checks a lot of the boxes here. So I think we did good. Of course, and we did good in making it explicit, but also covering issues like sustainability, bibliodiversity. That leaves us at a place where we have to work on with that and also spread that on the national level. And I think later in the discussion, we will get to the challenges, so I will leave that to that part.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to my colleagues on my right, I also wanted to, I think something that I forgot to say. So I selected the panelists to really show the diversity, people at different stages from different stakeholders, right? So they're not necessarily the best practices. We are talking about real life examples from the field and a variety. So, from those taking the action and implementing the policies from the research funders and from the national policymakers on my right, how important you are. Could you tell us a little bit about your contexts? Over to you. Yes, Joao, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. Although I was invited as a funder, as you will see, we could fit in other roles. So inside the National Funder FCT, we have a unit which manages the digital services, and that's where I work. If you were in Finland, that would be CSC, and we run the network, the supercomputing, research data, collaboration tools, and we also draft the open science policies and implement the open science programs and national CRIS infrastructures. And this is very tough on one hand, but the other hand is that we have everything integrated. We have a global view of the system. With regards to Portugal, in terms of the role in open access, let me tell you briefly that we started in 2005 with the Diamond Open Access Initiative. In 2009 with the scientific network of repositories, and then we signed Plan S in 2021. We started the first transformative agreements in 2022, and in 2024 we established a COARA national chapter. So we are also members of the European Open Science Cloud, which is important also in this context. And we are now considering the latest kids on the block, I would say, the Barcelona Declaration Open Infrastructures and also the European Diamond Capacity Hub. So our policy dates from 2014. It covers books in an explicit way. BPCs, we don't have a special fund for books, but they are eligible as part of some funding instruments, and the embargoes are 18 months. And since we signed for the Plan S, we thought that we needed to update our policy. We did that. We are now waiting for the approval of the ministry. And the approach to draft this new policy was desk research, draft policy, and monitoring. Unfortunately, we didn't have PALOMERA still delivering because it was 2 years ago, but it would have been very handy because we spend a lot of time seeing what others were doing, to see what the important items were to place on the, and even to draft a policy, because if we have a template or a guiding document, that would be much easier. We changed a few things, namely the embargoes from 18 to 12 months, and also the licenses differ from articles because of copyright good reasons. And we are working now on the development of monitoring tools and also on the communication for the change management, okay, to communicate this new policy. And hopefully we will address some of the recommendations of that you have presented today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joel. Talia.
Thank you very much for having me here. So I'm from UK Research and Innovation, and although UKRI is not the national funder of science or research in the UK, it is the largest one, and we fall under the Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. That is our sponsoring department. The UK research context is a rather organic one. We have lots of different government departments that fund science, at least that my sponsoring department is one of them, and UKRI is only one of the various sources of public funding that go into research in the UK. And we also have other charitable organisations that are very active, for example, Cancer Research UK, Wellcome Trust as well. But with regards to the UKRI context, open research is what we call open science in the UK, is very important indeed. And we have several government documentation that really underscores its importance. So for example, we have our people and culture strategy, we have our UK research and development roadmap, and all of them really emphasize how important open access to research publications arising from public funding indeed is to us. And at UKRI, we launched our new open access policy in 2021, I think, when it started to apply. Niels knows more about my policy, he's nodding. You can correct all my dates then. So 2021, our policy for articles began to apply, and earlier this year, in January 2024, our policy for books began to apply. And I want to emphasize that although it's our first policy for open access books at UKRI, it is not the first endeavor to make open access for books happen. And there has been a lot of movement, ground-up movement, much like what you were saying, Eva, for what has happened in Croatia, that there is practice and goes up to the policy level. That is exactly what we have found in the UK as well. So, for example, we had Universities UK involved in open access books, and they did a lot of mapping out and evidence gathering for us around that helped us develop our open access policy for books. We've had JISC, for example, which is a sector agency in the UK. They're very active, and they've been active in open access books for a very long time. So there's a lot of movement, and a lot of, I would say, sector-led and academic-led movement to make open access books happen. So we're very excited that indeed our policy now has begun to apply. And just to reflect on the recommendations as well, I find that it's very good that you have identified the various stakeholders that we would normally engage with when it comes to policy, and I was really glad to see not just that it talked about research organizations and libraries as well, but also recognizing the important role that infrastructure providers play in making open access happen, and not just having the book published, making sure that it actually feeds into the discoverability of the books, but also making sure that the record is understood as well. So when something was published, the metadata, which has also already been mentioned as well. And also the recognition of learned societies and the importance that they bring to the disciplinary communities as well. And those contexts are very heartening to see that all of those stakeholders are indeed recognized, because those are the people that we need to consistently work with to make open access happen. Now, the UK context, I've talked very much about UKRI, but we also have other national funding bodies in the UK. So we have Research England, we have the Scottish Funding Council, we have the Welsh Higher Education and Tertiary Research Council, I believe, and the Department of the Economy for Northern Ireland. And together, these UK higher education funding bodies, they administer our national research assessment exercise called the Research Excellence Framework. And they too have been considering open access for books. Now, open access for articles in this context has been established, but books will be introduced open access for books will be introduced in 2029. So we're trying to push ahead with it. And yes, the recommendations here are very important for this, to make sure that we can align with all of the different stakeholders to make open access happen for these books. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. And last but not least, from Slovenia, from the ministry, over to you, Ivan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and hello to everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. As already said, I'm from the Ministry for Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Science and Innovation Directorate, and Science Division. As a small size country, we indeed do not have a special division for open science. Nevertheless, we are the three, together with my colleagues, that are working on open science. My assignment is basically the general questions on open science. So I must admit that scientific monographs are not one of my strong points, so to say. Nevertheless, I was very closely involved in preparing national policies and legal framework here, and honestly, if we will have 4 years ago PALOMERA recommendation, it will be perfect at that time, because we, simply speaking, need to prepare everything already at that time, and but they are still very much useful. First of all, we include support to national publishers in implementing open access already in our National Research and Innovation Strategy in 2022. This is then later more elaborated in our action plan for open science. We introduce not just open science, but also scientific monographs in our National Act on Publicly Funded Research. But I would like to mention that this act is also very much important because it is telling that all the costs of open science are eligible the same as any other cost of research work. So this is extremely important because later on in our governmental decree, this is elaborated that costs of open science are eligible costs as well, being they in research programs or projects, and we also have a special dedicated course on that. So this is about that. Then we have decree on open science, which is again specifically mentioning also research, scientific monographs in terms of authors' rights and licensing, in terms of costs. But there are also provisions for repositories, for example, because there are some obligations. The main one is actually to put the open access monograph to the national or to the trusted repository, for example. And it is very much important that within this system, open access to monographs is perfectly matching also our requirements for research assessment, where we are introducing now the system that researchers are assessed based on openly accessed results. So, I mean, it's valid for the future. It's of course not valid for the past, but anyhow, it is extremely important that we somehow close this circle with all these things together. Then, action plan, I would like to mention that several things are introduced here. One is, for example, to set up national contact point for developing national scholarly publishing, establishment of Slovenia network of scientific publishers advocating for open science, and this is also including joint portal for scientific books and scientific journals for open science, implementation of Diamond open access in national scientific publishing, besides developing strategy here, or at least advanced guidelines for scientific or academic publishing. Now, so we are lucky now that we also have PALOMERA recommendations here, so it still needs to be done. It is already required. We also put some financing in the system for that, but it needs to develop. It's very important here that all stakeholders somehow need to meet and discuss this. So I also expect as a ministry or maybe financing agency or a colleague agency to be somehow involved in this to strengthen this national dialogue, because it's far from that everything is perfect here. Development of scientific publishing within institutional reports, there are many different things, also technical nature, and so on and so forth. And this we do see because ministry is also a national point for operas, that we will somehow combine this with operas to make certain working and cooperating things here. So I would like to mention that we do, just as a conclusion, that we have introduced a Spoznaj project. This is partly EU-funded project that is also in rather tiny part also covering scientific monographs that we have in our national research funding agency. They also have, for example, yearly. This is really something that is on a routine basis. Each year we have €500,000 dedicated to co-finance these scientific monographs. And I'm happy that about 150 each year are co-financed, mostly of Slovenian authors. And our last challenge is Open Science Monitor, because we find out the system is far from perfect. So when we're collecting information about these monographs or other longer texts, because this is typology that needs to be developed behind, there is still a lot of work. So, but I'm happy that, for example, in the last 2 years, about more than 1/3 of all the monographs in Slovenia were openly accessed. So this is from my side, maybe. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So I think you'll agree with me, we really do have a wide variety of contexts here on the table, but we also hear there are some common challenges, and we're going to get to those. I've also been hearing, if only PALOMERA would have been here 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, but we know that there are plenty also in the audience and online who are not there yet, and where hopefully this is still timely. And we're also hearing from around the table, time is not lost, we still need support in some of these areas, right? So let's get to that. But just to get us a bit warmed up, I'd just like to hear from you, how do you generally think PALOMERA will really help policymaking in Europe? So also beyond your country, or are you really here to just find that out? What are your general thoughts?
I can take that one. I can take that one. I believe that PALOMERA is sending a very strong message, and in my opinion, is focused on three components. First is saying that it's the sense of community, saying that you are not alone. And I think the work that was done was very inclusive. I think I recall no other stakeholder. I think they are all there. It not only gathers the stakeholders, but unifies the recommendations as well. And besides saying you are not alone, it says we have a strategy. And the strategy is provided of evidence-based guidelines. And also this strategy, this plan addresses key challenges like funding structures, awareness, infrastructures, collaboration, national, international. So I think it's very powerful again.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Yes, Susanna.
Thank you. I think in Finland it will help us also to promote the good publishing practices. There's a lot of talk about that in the PALOMERA recommendations, about the licensing, transparency, issues like that. And in Finland we are now kind of in a very problematic situation, because we are lacking that proper funding model. We don't agree on that in Finland. And now being open access is kind of being like an hostage for the further discussion. So I hope that we can discuss more detailed also the other aspects. So it's not just the funding model, meriting systems, they are very crucial, of course, and whether the books are open access or not, I think that's unnegotiable. They must be open access. But what are the other things we have to promote and ensure? And I think that's the good practices, responsible science, so that this is much more about, I think, than open access. It's about open science, open scholarship. And I hope this will help us to go further and see the broader picture.
Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to comment before we move? Yes, Eva.
Maybe I would like to chime in on something that you've mentioned, and that's coming from all corners of Europe. And I think that a great thing about these recommendations is that they are a result of this knowledge base and an analysis of that, and the policies and documents coming from really different contexts, because changing the book landscape is really difficult, because book production works in different ways in different countries and different communities, and that's a real challenge. So finding the right way to transform it is really, the recommendations are really nuanced in that, but they still leave place to every country or every community to find its own way. So I really like the idea that it's not something you have to do it like this. You have to really find your own way, depending on whether you have a large audience available to your books, or you are a country with only, I don't know, 2 or 3 million people, so not being able to sell books or something like that. So I think that that's one thing that's really valuable.
That's great to hear. All right, so I'd like to move on. So from all these recommendations, I haven't counted, but there are plenty to choose from here. If there's one recommendation that's really critical for you in your context, what is it? Who'd like to start us off?
So maybe I start.
Yes?
What I think is really crucial is the awareness part. So it's not awareness between the stakeholders, between libraries, and also between libraries and researchers, as I've said before, because we in the library are probably the first contact point for researchers, and we can have a strong impact on helping the researchers. It's a lot to think about them. Not only they want to publish a book, so they have to think about licensing, they have to think about self-archiving and so on. They don't know which version, so that's our business that we have to do. And maybe I can tell a little bit in the past. We had a colleague in the library because we have a repository, and she was and we were scanning the repository, and within the social sciences, the humanities disciplines, what were the biggest publishers, and she was scanning all the policies on the websites of the publisher. So the big ones, they had it, and the smaller ones, they don't have it, but the good thing was they were thinking about that. And nowadays, as I've visited the website, that some of them have it. So I think if you talk to them and if you raise awareness also on the publisher side and telling them what is allowed by self-archiving, what is possible with gold open access, or if it is even a diamond open access publisher, I think this is one of the things to raise awareness really on all levels. And also, as I've said before, we have this national open access strategy with the focus now on diamond and green. So it's a good combination, and what we are doing now is we try to find out what is the best way of financing and supporting diamond open access, not only, but in the same way with journals and also with books, like supporting this book collective initiatives and so on. Yeah.
So you mentioned 2 there. That's okay. Does anybody else, maybe, so you were focusing also, the last one was about funding.
Funding, yeah.
I think this is a challenge for a number of you, is my feeling. Would anybody else like to, did that come up? Yes, Ivan, go ahead.
I would just like to somehow proceed with these awareness questions, and I absolutely agree. It is very, very much important, basically at any stage. For example, we already have these policies introduced, and some things are already happening. Nevertheless, it's extremely important how to introduce these changes after all, because there are changes, and we also could talk about change management, so to say, and if I, for example, check the PALOMERA recommendations, I could find out that basically to each recommendation we already have something. But still, if you ask the average researcher in Slovenia, what do you know about open access to scientific monographs, I think the answer will be more or less known. So it's still a long way to go. First of all, I would like to say that yes, policies are important, but are still just paper if you don't put system to move. And first of all is, for example, one thing is that research funders are adequately aware of all these changes so that they could implement them to the adequate level of, how to say, to the adequate level of precision. So you you know, you need to say something about, I don't know, repositories, costs, licenses, because our motto is that researchers don't need to read law or decree, they need public tenders, they read contracts, and everything needs to be there. And as much as, you know, in the way that could understand how to implement. So to say, in the nice language, technically, that and this is much more in detail that it's in the law or it is in the decree and something like that. So they need to understand this really, and I think very likely, I believe they need to talk with others about these things. Then there are others, for example, research performing organizations need to be aware how this match research assessment reform, why this is important when institutional evaluation is taking place, how is this related to open science, and how to implement, for example, we have in Slovenia, I think 43 university or research libraries, so people there need to be, you know, need to speak as one to the researchers, as a forefront to the researchers, and so on and so forth. And we have researchers last on the list, but you know, everything needs to be done that way, that researchers in the center of the attention. But still, you couldn't have trainings for them, you couldn't require, I don't know, something, if there is not system in the place. So you still have a lot to do in implementing, and therefore I think that these recommendations, and if you will count the words, I think the awareness is the most common word in this recommendation. I think so. This is important, and so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So are there any other recommendations? Yes, Susanna. What's critical for you?
Thank you. I was thinking this recommendation 5 set financial and institutional incentives for open access books and the role of libraries. And I think this includes two, when regarding open access books, so two very different aspects. There is, first of all, this how universities and university libraries can bear the responsibility of this societal interaction. And if I think Tampere University Press, so we do our publishing decision based on the relevance and quality, not on the affiliation. And about half of our books have some kind of connection to Tampere University direct, some kind of affiliation, but others not. And there may be also researchers who are between jobs, for instance. So in that sense, that diamond open access model is very, very, I think, important when we think this societal interaction and that responsibility. But then, about these book processing charges, I think, yes, they are not something we would like to see. And in Tampere University, we have also seen how they are arising. Funders do not require usually that open access of books, but we have made that decision at the university that we want to be equal to different fields of sciences, and we are paying for books if they to open them if they fulfill certain criteria. But as a publisher, and if we think about these edited volumes, so I would not like to see it to become common in that way, at least that only some chapters of an edited volume are paid to be open, because when we are publishing the book, there is some kind of meaning that it's a book format. The chapters are in relation to each other, and together they are something more than individual articles. So, luckily, I'm representing Diamond Open Access Publishing house, but if I wouldn't, so I think it would hurt me a lot to see just some of the chapters open and not all. And perhaps here also, the publishers who are not lucky to be Diamond Open Access, so, and also this concerns all the libraries, so I think they should be more open-minded to support also the openness of other chapters than their own writers. So
thank you very
that's
much.
something I would like to add.
Thank you. Yes, Eva.
Maybe I could continue in a similar tone. So one thing that I one recommendation that I find very relevant for our context is this one that says that the mission of affiliated academic publishers should be aligned with the open access policies of the institutions. And I think that this is really important to bring the responsibility for publishing back to research institutions. So it is often Diamond Publishing, and this is different from commercial or for-profit publishing. But again, there's a difference between speaking about small commercial publishers in small communities, because we don't always see them as enemies or something something so different from us. So in small communities, what I see as a mission of this university presses is to be forerunners of open access, but also be sort of the incubators of expertise on knowledge and open access, because we see in our community that there are a lot of small commercial presses who would be open access if they had knowledge, possibilities. So we want to actually work with them. We don't want to destroy this already very fragile system. We want to help them to transition to open access. So there is a large issue of how to fund that transition, how to enable it, but we see it something worth pursuing. So not destroying it, not seeing as an opposition, but really working together and trying to help them build infrastructure, expand expertise and knowledge, and work together.
Thank you very much. Any other priorities from all of the recommendations?
Yes, so I'm going to take us back to something that Ivan talked about, which is around incentives. So in the recommendations booklet for common recommendations for research performing organizations, research funding organizations and policymakers, the first recommendation there, thank you, is considering appropriate reward and recognition mechanisms for open access books. Because I feel like if, like you said, we put the researcher at the center, without the researcher there is no book, so there's nothing to make open access. If you can make open access incentivized for the researcher and for their organization, then it becomes a lot easier. It becomes easier for publishers to offer those mechanisms to make things open access. It makes it easier for policymakers to achieve policy aims. It starts to fall into place. And there are a few different ways that my organization as a research funder can actually make that happen. So we fund research, obviously, so that's how we actually reward organizations and people. And there are different schemes that we've led that have, I would say, progressed open access for books. So, for example, Research England, which is one of our councils, they funded the Copeland project, and then its successor, Open Book Futures, which have really done a lot of work in being able to progress open access books. They've identified different innovations, they've launched new types of infrastructures and collective models, and that links back to what some of my other panelists were talking about, being able to support smaller publishers to be able to transition to open access as well. So I think if, as funders, if that reward mechanism for all of the different actors can be incorporated into some of our activities, then it becomes a lot easier. Another thing that I thought about was, again, as you were saying, Ivan, so it's around our how we fund fellowships. So we have a program called Future Leader Fellowships. And at the moment, there isn't anything specific around open science. So is there an opportunity for UKRI to say, actually, you know what, we want someone to take a leadership role in open access for books in particular, perhaps. And then you incentivize people to take that community action, bring people together and actually, and then really make that transition more possible. So I think that would be really important as well. And I will stop talking, sorry, and let others talk as well. Our research assessment exercise with the REF, they don't have open access for books at the moment, but they will be introducing it in 2029. And the way our research assessment program works is that based on the outcomes of that exercise, we issue, by we, I mean the funding, higher education funding bodies issue quality-related funding. So there is funding that gets issued to research organizations as a result of that, and that is actually indeed a strong driver. So what I feel like what UKRI needs to do to actually help the higher education funding bodies to be able to introduce those requirements is to help build up that capacity so that the research sector in the UK is actually prepared to really make open access for books happen, and by that, the incentives will fall in place, and so will the practice.
Thank you very much indeed. So my next question here is, so from these recommendations, maybe some of your priorities mentioned or others, which recommendations may be particularly hard to implement that we have suggested? Because after all, some of these are pretty ambitious, right? I mean, so if we're looking at your different contexts at different institutions, if you're a university publisher, if you're in a library, if you're in a faculty, if you're a national policy maker, or if you're a research funder, you may say, well, that's all very well, but is it realistic? Yes. Now, again, what I do want to say is we are not expecting you to implement all of these in the next few months, right? We know that some of these will take time to implement, but still, what is going to be hard? And perhaps how can we collectively work together to make it easier? Anybody like to take that one first? Joao, thank you.
I can take this one. So for me, the most difficult one is establishing funding mechanisms that do not involve book processing charges, because we are trying to do this in an article publishing world, and it's very, very hard. BPCs are established. Of course, this fosters equity, but implementing alternative funding models requires substantial restructuring and consistent budget allocations. And we already know this is very difficult to do. And this also requires cross-institutional collaboration, and we are trying to do in the Diamond Global Alliance. Let's see how it goes, but it's hell difficult.
Thank you. Yes, Susanna.
Yes, if we now forget that fundamental fact that we don't have that national policy on open monographs, which we are lacking, but other than that, I think I agree with this challenge of book processing charges and how to go beyond that. And I think that if we want to safeguard this inclusiveness and this fragile field of scientific publishing, so we have to accept different business models. And I think these recommendations allow us to do so, to understand different situations. But what we need to do before establishing them, so we have to agree on the values and principles, I think, all the stakeholders involved, and keep them around the same table. That's a challenge also.
Related to what we fund, is that the values and principles?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to chime in there? What's hard here? Yes, Margit.
I would also agree with the financial part, which is really hard. And I think also Johan was mentioning it before, it's now, I don't know if it's a crisis on APCs, but if we fund also BPCs by also recognizing different cultures, small, medium, big publishers, so they will all exist in the future as well. But what is a good price? I think we have to think, what is a good level? What is too much? I've seen a lot of numbers where I think, I don't know if this is worth it, so maybe it's ethical and it's philosophical, but to think about a good level also for commercial publishers. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Related to what colleagues have already talked about in terms of funding, there is in the recommendation for national policy makers a recommendation to establish mechanisms that fund open access books, programs and infrastructures. In principle, that recommendation is excellent indeed. The trouble comes in when it comes to sustaining that level of funding as a publicly funded body, because as any publicly funded organization, we all know that we are indeed subject to spending reviews by our relevant treasury departments. And that makes it very difficult, I think, then for the infrastructures or the programs that are being funded to really have that long-term strategy, because this is not something that can be achieved in 2 years or 3 years' time, which might be the length of a spending review settlement if one is lucky. Sometimes the settlements are only for 1 year, and that makes it very difficult for that long-term planning. In reality, to really achieve any kind of change, you're looking at 10, maybe 15 years worth of activity, and that's where I think the challenge comes in with a recommendation like that, about establishing those mechanisms to fund these things, because that means we have to start thinking very creatively about how do we sustain these if a spending resettlement is perhaps for a shorter period than we would expect, or a more disappointing settlement than one would expect. So I think there's that need to bring, again, as everyone said, to bring people together and have that creative thinking and process to really try and achieve those things.
Thank you. Go ahead, Eva.
Maybe I can. There is one really beautiful sentence in the beginning of the recommendations text, and it says, alignment of policies can occur in a healthy ecosystem where the stakeholders work together in a synergetic way. And I think, I don't know about your countries, but I think actually that can get challenging in almost every country, especially since, as you mentioned, we all work in a, well, in a short frame election cycles politically. And the book is not just a matter of scientific policy, especially in small countries. It's also a cultural object, an object of national identity. So it doesn't just not only science policy and science funding is involved, but also cultural bodies or something like. So we have to deal with a very complex system in an environment that is changing rapidly and sometimes unpredictably.
So true, painful at the moment for many, yes, indeed. So I'm very glad that you mentioned alignment, because this is also what PALOMERA is about. And of course, one way to help align is to create recommendations, right? So what I'd like to ask you also is, which area do we really need to align on? So if we look at the different contexts, what is absolutely crucial? There were a number of topics mentioned. We were looking at funding, at open licensing, many different areas where we could be aligning, but if you look at those recommendations, what's key for us to align on an international level, and how might we do that? Who'd like to go on that one? Yes.
I just, well, I would just like to mention that you may have different national approaches anyhow, but in the end, when we are coming to the researcher, I think it is important, especially nowadays when the mobility is very high within the air and so on, that the systems are that way that for researchers as pleasant as possible, so to say, because if you, I don't know, this country or other country, that the basic requirements are the same, the basic system is the same, so that if you are aware how to put into a repository in Slovenia, what is the requested, that at the end, what is required from the researcher point of view is as possible, as similar with whichever country within ERA, for example, we are talking about. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? I think, Eva, you were thinking first? Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so, well, one thing that we can be creative about funding ways, but I think that things that we definitely need to align are metadata, preservation, and different ways of disseminating book content, but also having a basic interoperability into giving credit to different types of contributions to books. So those are the things that we really need: international alignment and interoperability, and that goes without question, I think. And that is covered in the recommendations.
Phew. Good, thank you. Susanna?
Yes, I strongly agree with that. It's very crucial. And then I think that we need to keep in mind that we are for right to publish and to read, not for privilege to publish and read. And if we share that principle, so it will make our way much easier, I think.
Wonderful. So we have got some time left. I've got a couple of questions in case you're all very shy, but I would love to hear some questions from the audience, and I'm sure you would all like to hear from the audience some questions. So we've immediately got somebody, Pilar, I think. If you could say who you are, where you're from, and then the question, that would be lovely. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Pilar Rico from the Spanish Foundation for Science and Technology. My question is about open peer review when it comes to books. In my country, there is a strong debate right now about the role that is being taken by open access repositories, institutional repositories, when it comes to journals. So they are starting to lead the process of publishing journals, the repositories, and implementing open peer review processes. But my question is, how would you see that open access repositories, institutional ones, will take a role in publishing books? And what would you think from the Palomera point of view about this open peer review in books? Thank you.
Who'd like to take that one? Joe?
I'm not sure if this question is related to interoperability of content across the ecosystem, but I think it will be handled the same way as articles with the notify protocol on top of repositories and other information systems of the ecosystem, and it will work the same way. So, yeah, I think you could have a preprint, or you can start by depositing on the institutional repository and then have notify to do the work for you.
I think it could be a little bit more challenging with books, because it's still challenging with the journals also to understand what exactly is open peer review, because we have different understanding on what it is. And when we come to books, we also have very different long-term tradition about the way books are reviewed. We have this concept in Central and Eastern Europe where books are reviewed not openly but anonymously. So we would have to have a little more understanding of the practices that are going on around Europe and broader, to be able to introduce something that is standardized and interoperable, I think.
Thank you, Eva. Anyone? Yes, Susanna.
Yes, about that open peer review. In Tampere University Press, we are enabling that in that sense that we provide the possibility for open identities for the reviewers and authors. So it has to be the both parties who agree on that. And then we publish the names of our reviewers annually. We list them on our website. Those names who have also here given us promise to do so. But then about these open repositories of institutional repositories, Tampere University Press before published its works via this institutional repository, but we thought that that's not such a good place because the material there is so heterogeneous. There are all kind of reports and theses and we want to be together with those which we have more in common. So we decided to move on to this open monograph press system, edition.fi, and it's not so commonly used yet in Finland, but I hope that we get more company there.
Thank you.
Just to add a little bit on that, I think with regards to open peer review, the question might be, what is it, the book that is being peer reviewed openly? Is it the proposal or is it the full manuscript? Because the effort required varies very significantly, and that's to do with the book publishing workflow and how it works. You have the proposal first, that gets peer reviewed by a publisher, who then decide whether it's past peer review for it to be commissioned in the first place, and then finally when the manuscript is ready as well. Whereas in the article space it becomes a little bit easier, I would say, because the preprint is before, when the researcher submits the article to the publisher, it's already in preprint form, and then it passes peer review. So I think there's a need to consider that in terms of the platform and what that and how that enables it and what the policy actually is talking about.
Thank you very much. Any other open access book policy questions? Yes, go ahead.
I have a general observation on the recommendation. I will classify them.
Could you maybe say who you are? That
Yeah,
would be helpful.
my name is Kita Jean-Claude. I'm from the Fund of Scientific Research based in Brussels. And I have a general observation on the recommendation because I would classify them between, and distinguish between strong recommendation and weak recommendation based on quality evidence, because a weak recommendation doesn't have the same level of strength, and it will probably allow a research funding organization like mine to distinguish between weak and strong, and what to mandate and what to recommend. And the second point is to, I would like to thank the AFCT for the work they're doing, because they've been a role model for us in drafting our policy.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, Johan?
Yes, we did not distinguish between weak and strong recommendations, but you can sort of read that into the urgency of the timeline. I mean, we have, so you can derive urgency from the three-level timeline we introduced. It's not exactly the same. I mean, it's very hard to establish a hierarchy in terms of the strength of the evidence. But in terms of timeline, I think that makes a good case for what we think is more important than other.
Maybe I could add also, I think it depends on your context. So certain things are a priority for you, but not for other countries where other things are of more utmost urgency that maybe you've already solved, right? So that's why I think, left it open again to be respectful of the different contexts, and it's very hard to determine that. Yes. Any more questions? No? So I think I'm just going to summarize a little bit what I heard. So thank you very much, panelists, for coming and sharing your thoughts on the recommendations, for reading the recommendations, some of the first ones to actually read them and to make sense of them. It sounds as though that they are useful. I'm hearing the importance of raising awareness is critical. We need to have processes that work to implement these recommendations, particularly in the process of change management. We need to think about how to fund collectively, although we know that that's not going to be easy. Rewards and incentives are really key to making progress. And it's important that we also think about, if we are publishers within our institutions, that they also follow these good practices, and that we upskill and put the responsibility of the institution to also follow good open access book policy guidance, for example, that we've provided. So those are some of the highlights, or some of the important areas, I think, of the recommendations that I heard. I hope I didn't miss any important ones there. But what's really hard, and I heard this was repeated by many, and lots of vigorous nodding about the funding, and whether I've heard not BPCs, but I've also heard let's have a variety because it is complex and we are in different contexts. We need to think about funding programs and infrastructure, but it's very hard in a very volatile context politically and economically right now. And how can we plan for that in more the mid to long term when we don't have that stability going forward? So I think we heard that it's important that we have project funding and program funding and for the infrastructure to move this forward. But we know that that's going to be difficult in our context. But so I think I also heard we need to be creative going forward, and we need to work together to align and collaborate. And I think that's where I'm going to end this panel. I think there's a lot for us to do to implement some of these recommendations, to work together to help align on some of these points. And this is just the start of the conversation. So thank you very much for joining us on this panel, and let's continue chatting today and tomorrow. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much to the panelists and to Vanessa for moderating this panel. There will be a coffee break now, and we will reconvene in half an hour at 3:30 CET. And so for those of you who are online, please also enjoy a cup of tea or coffee. And we'll hear from the European Commission. Victoria Tsukala give her feedback on the recommendations. Please enjoy the coffee. Take your seats. We'll be ready to start in a few seconds, hopefully. So if everyone has found their seats, then we will be ready to move on to the next part of the program, which will be a presentation from Victoria Sukala, who is the policy officer at the European Commission Directorate for Research and Innovation. And Victoria will give her feedback on the recommendation. And she's joining us online from Brussels. And after her presentation, there will be approximately 10 minutes for Q&A. So please write any questions, prepare for your questions, and she will be happy to answer after her presentation. But now I believe I can give the floor to Victoria Sukala. So please, Victoria.
Thank you, Niels. Hopefully you can hear me. Correct? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
we can hear you. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. I will now bring up my screen to a full screen for my presentation, the slideshow. Excellent. So if you can still hear me, I will continue with my presentation for today. I'm very thankful to be with you today, even if this is online. Sadly, I was unable to be in Ljubljana today as much as I would have liked to, but I'm very happy and proud of you to hear of all the project outputs and achievements of PALOMERA, which I think is a very important contribution towards alignment for open access to book or monograph policies, as the title of my talk says. Very briefly, I mean, I think I will be repeating myself just a little bit, actually enhancing rather what other speakers and colleagues already said in their interventions and in the panel. So I'm happy to see that I understood what I went through for this past 10 days that I prepared a little bit for the talk from the project. So very quickly, I will skip this immediately. The background, as Niels mentioned,
Victoria,
this was the call.
Victoria,
Yes.
sorry for interrupting you. I think there is a small problem because we can't see your slides actually, because to share your screen.
Can I? It looks like I'm sharing the screen, but maybe I need to stop projecting myself. Shall we? Because earlier it was working. Let me.
Sorry about this.
Yeah. Does the screen show now?
Yeah, well, there's kind of a strange black part over it.
Okay. What is it? What is that? What is that? Ah. I am still okay. I'll stop sharing and I'll start again. I'll stop sharing and I will start again. Can you see now? The screen?
Yes, we can see this. Yes, we can see the screen now. And if you.
And you cannot see me because I've turned off the video.
No, it's not in presentation mode yet.
No, I will bring it to presentation mode. So I will. Can you see the screen now in presentation mode?
Yes, but we can see it in the mode where we can also see the following slide. So.
Oh, that's really weird.
Yes.
I just asked to optimize for me. Oh. Why is that? Screen sharing, yes. No, I can see now the place. All right. I will stop sharing and I will start sharing again. I'm sorry for this glitch. This is bad. Unwanted. Let's go again. Um,
So the screen you're sharing, Victoria,
yes.
is that the presentation screen?
Now I'm doing the presentation screen. It's weird because in other times it would allow you to choose the application window. So I'm not choosing the screen now, but just the application.
Victoria, put in presentation mode and then choose the screen to share. Maybe.
Yes, exactly. That's what I did. So
No, first in presentation mode and then share the screen.
First in presentation mode. Okay, gotcha. Sorry to say that this is not easy because I cannot see the toolbar then. I'm sorry about this.
Victoria?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. It's just that I could not do what he asked to first put in presentation mode and then share because then I could not see the toolbar. So either there's something I ignore but here is rather clear what to share, the entire screen or the application. So,
Okay.
so if I share this now, you do not see it's not in presentation mode yet, but do you see the slide?
We do see the slide, but there is a black box on the.
Yes, I will try to minimize those.
Yeah,
They're at the top, right?
let's do it like this. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So perhaps tell me if it's better like this or with the presentation mode.
This works. Yeah.
Does it work now?
No, it's we can still see multiple slides. Oh. Now it's going back to blank, but maybe as it was before.
No, it does something. It does not jump. So maybe we will have to do with the multiple slides. Is this okay? Like this?
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, I apologize so much for for this glitch. This is the first time that I've had it, but and although we did pre-record something, I said, okay, let's try to do it. So very briefly, I think I was mentioning earlier that our aim, as Niels said, was to improve the understanding and especially the bottlenecks in strategies and policies for open access and support alignment for funder and institutional policies. And ultimately, our goal at the Commission was to increase equity, diversity, inclusivity. That was one of the broader aims, as well as the capacity of the RNI system for open science as a modus operandi of the RNI system in general. So again, we all know all these things, and now actually you have provide evidence for it that relatively few funders have explicit policies for to books, that aligned policies must be supported for the ability of researchers to work internationally and to have minimum standards of such policies. We wanted, of course, to support open access book publishing and monograph publishing in general. And of course, all this came into the context of the European Commission's own policy for books and monographs in Horizon Europe, which is rather a strict one and pretty much asks more or less the same things like immediate open access as we do for articles. So overall, this is my own appreciation, let's say, of the achievements of the project and the potential impacts, or already achieved impacts, actually, to a certain extent. Of course, projects start and they have an end usually after 2 or 3 years. So, and usually at the end, comes some of the best work you don't want to do or have ideas how to follow up. So nonetheless, the contribution has been very significant, I think. You have created a knowledge base, very, very sizable and very, very thorough, more than 650 documents, and you have produced important analysis based on this knowledge base. Therefore, you have impacted our knowledge, our levels of knowledge, which is what we wanted. You have improved our knowledge regarding policies and open access to books and monographs, and this will be very useful and very impactful, I think, also for the future. It is something to stay with us, and I think we'll see a lot of reuse. It will be a source that will be very, very helpful for researchers and for policy analysis in the near future. In doing all of these things, creating your database and developing your analysis, in view of creating the recommendations, you have also extensively engaged with stakeholders, as Ursula also showed us, in validation processes and other processes. And so therefore you have already impacted awareness regarding open access to books and monographs in important ways. You have interacted, for example, you mentioned earlier EUA and other important associations, which we hope will work as multipliers for the uptake of your work for the future. You have developed, then having done all this collection of materials and analysis recommendations that have the possibility of affecting the direction or the path for the future. So you have showed us what the direction should be for the different stakeholders through these recommendations, which of course were just issued. So it remains to be seen, and we should all work to support their uptake. But they may be impactful for the future, so that's quite also important. And you have created the Funders Forum, which is an instrument to support policy alignment, which is what was asked from the call. And of course, we know that the Funders Forum just began recently, or let's say, and of course, definitely we do not want it to stop. So one should see how it can continue in the future, and understand there will be discussions on that. But this also can very much affect policy alignment. So the already existing impact and the potential future impact of the project outcomes, I think, is quite important and very much in the direction that we want, and you should be very proud of that. And certainly, we and I, as a policy officer, are very happy with the work of the project. Going now to the recommendations, which Niels and Johan were kind enough to have, allow me an advanced glimpse 10 days ago or so. And getting there, I was very interested actually, before I was doing some other reading of outcomes of your projects, and specifically the analysis finding here, a report which is quite detailed and provides numerous very nuanced and important insights of the status quo currently, which is very, very helpful to us, and certainly we will be using it. I think it was mentioned in the discussion also earlier, but I noted also as I was reading it and reading then the detailed impacts, barriers and enablers as you describe them also through this PESEL analysis. It's quite interesting that the two bottom rows present the list, the three probably, yeah, the list issues or barriers, let's say, or even enablers for open access policies to books and monographs. So the problems, and I think explicitly it was mentioned earlier in the roundtable, in the panel discussion, are political, economic, and social, which is, on the one hand, very good to know. On the other, probably, I would say, quite trickier to address. So, I mean, this shows even more the worth of your work. And actually, the recommendations are quite nuanced, as was also said earlier, and I observed that they can be used in different political, economic, and social situations in Europe very well. So it's quite important. So you have allowed for this, calibration, let's say, were necessary. But quite interesting for me to note that actually the barriers and of course correspondingly the enablers are PES and not mostly TLE. And then reading the recommendations, so this was the draft version that I received. I have to say that I found that they thoroughly addressed the stakeholders. So all important categories of actors who are involved and can affect policy change for open access to monographs are here. It seems to me that they capitalize in a rather detailed way on the research that you performed in the context of the project and the knowledge that you created. It covers all the important topics that were identified in your surveys, your interviews, and other research. And it is stakeholder appropriate and nuanced, going down to quite a bit of detail where this is necessary, and indeed it is necessary in some cases. So so overall, I think they're quite thorough and very well appropriately prepared, and hence will be quite useful. So I think here I had a couple of the errors were supposed to appear afterwards, but since we're not in presentation mode, you have everything here. In looking a little bit, trying to discern some patterns in the recommendations and taking the RPOs, RFOs, and policymakers as an example, and Johan mentioned earlier, I mean, he showed the recommendations. It seems, however, to me that those 5 things actually appear, and especially the fourth, maybe the monitoring, the policies not so much, but providing incentives and rewards, providing sustained funding mechanisms, awareness about rights and licenses and how they affect the ability to provide open access to content, especially in long formats, as well as improving the existing infrastructure, permeate really, I think, all the recommendations and are actually adding the monitoring to policies are themes that we see and we know from other relevant and concurrent work that is being carried out for open access policies to publications, for example, to articles, for example. So it is interesting to see here that the same things have been identified through your research and made it to the recommendations basically that we see elsewhere. So the issues are bigger, and they, or rather, these bigger issues also affect very much monographs, and they're part of the solution in your recommendations. And so, and I quite agree. And this actually is a window for opportunity for collaborating also with other initiatives and projects. So, but 2 horizontal or vertical, if you want, elements that I thought permeated all the discussion that you had also in your analysis, but also in the recommendations. And I think it also came up in the discussion and presentations earlier today, are those of awareness and then of the collaboration. So because open book policies and work on open access to monographs and books is not as advanced as that as relates to articles. They are, as we know, subject to different ways of working. There's less awareness, and probably there had been less willingness to move toward open access earlier on. So this is still a problem. So creating awareness by itself is quite important. And as I said earlier, I think that one of the impacts of your project is that it has already done that, and hopefully through multipliers, this will continue also in the future. And of course, as it came through your discussion, your panel discussion, the issue of collaboration is very critical, as different stakeholders have different roles. For successful policies and practices to materialize, they do need to collaborate, and they bring in different perspectives that need to be taken into account. So in my view, in order to achieve effective and efficient policies and support the uptake of open access to books and monographs, this is a process that will take place at different levels. And the top down, which is, let's say, the more formal part, however, the bottom up is also needed. So, and for this reason, of course, you very well give recommendations also to the researcher community. It's quite important. So right in the cusp where the top down and bottom up meet, I mean, will be successful and efficient policies. So quite a thorough 360 viewpoint is necessary to proceed in the future. And so where do we go from here, or where do you go from here? I mean, I think the first two things that you have achieved, or three things, which is creating the data, creating knowledge out of the data, and raising awareness in the duration of the project, are already achievements, and they are impacts. But your most recent outputs, which are the recommendations and the funders forum, which are a means actually, of course, for promoting the work already done and promoting the alignment of policies, take place actually where the project ends, and that's usually how it happens in projects. And I have been in this position before, and it's not a very happy one, I should say. So there should be discussions on how support and can be garnered to implement those recommendations. I assume from collaborating organizations or collaborating projects, etc., and ways to maintain the funders forum through IPEN, for example. And hopefully, I mean, maybe I'm thinking also with funding from other funders beside the Commission. They're quite worthwhile aims to have for the near future, and I hope that with some acceleration of your work as the project ends, it will be possible. But as I said earlier, I mean, there are also other initiatives that are taking place right now that definitely, because some of the issues concerned are the same, it will be nice, but also there should, I think, be collaboration to take advantage not only of the momentum, but also existing knowledge, and move things forward. And the obvious ones, of course, are our project and initiatives working on Diamond's OA and on the reform of research assessment, which is very relevant and of course relates also to books and monographs, not only articles. On our side, the European Commission is going to, but we have the books in our radar. And in a new call that we've been discussing with member states and will be published very soon on European coordination for institutional non-profit open access, Diamond will includes books. Basically, they will also need to be addressed. So for the near future, I mean, this is what we will do. But hopefully there will be channels and fora that the work that has been done, and especially the Funders Forum and the recommendations and how to make actionable, actually will have a fortunate continuation and the possibility to affect change in the future with funders, countries, institutions, and researcher communities, infrastructures that support open access to books and monographs, etc. So thank you. These were the few things that I would like to say for today. I'd be happy to discuss with you. I will stop sharing my screen now and turn on the camera. And I cannot hear you now for some reason. Okay. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me, Niels? You can. I cannot hear you. Why can I not hear you? Just I think maybe you guys have a problem connecting from the PC or changing from the... My Zoom says that I should be able to be heard, and I should be able to hear, actually. You hear me, but I cannot hear you now. Yes. I can hear you now.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
Guys,
Yes.
it's okay.
Great.
So,
Thank you very
sorry
much.
for the glitch there.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And you didn't hear that we were applauding your presentation, but we were. And thanks for making it despite all the difficulties and for sharing your views and your feedback, which I think was most useful. Now we are going to open the floor for questions, and please wait for the mic while you raise your hand. So who is first? Yes, Jadranka.
Hi, Victoria. Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Jadranka.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. And my question is related
Please, Jadranka, if you can present yourself.
Yes, I'm Jadranka Stojanovski, coming from University of Zadar, Croatia. And my question is related, you mentioned in the beginning that we need to support equity, diversity, inclusion, and later on, related to the recommendation on incentives and rewards. So I'm wondering how incentives and rewards could be in line with equity, diversity, and inclusion principles. So how can incentives value different stages of development? Because if you already have well-developed infrastructure, for example, and good national policy, then it's maybe easier for you to reach the stage related to open access books than if you need to develop your infrastructure from the very beginning and without any support and any good communication among stakeholders in your environment. So how can incentives somehow overcome these problems and take into account the different stages in the development in different environments?
Yes, I mean, for me, maybe I think I understand the question. The answer is probably the same as we have for articles, right? It's the same. For me, it would go along the same ways. The current system thus far privileges one way of doing things, or through the rewards it gives to researchers and the way the researchers are assessed and the research system is assessed. And not another way. And not everyone actually can participate in the first way, right? In the same sense that maybe a country that's not does not have the resources, let's say, to have the infrastructure, etc., is not going to be at the same level as another there is. So for me, the incentives here are the same, that you need to change a little bit the way that you assess to be more inclusive and to take and gradually actually to change. I mean, we are discussing about a reform of research assessment, right? The Commission's policy regards the reform, proposes the reform of research assessment. So, and I think the logic, in my understanding, is the same for books. No?
Okay, thank
So
you.
we would need to change the criteria. We would need to move to more, I would say, qualitative ways of assessing. We would need to, I suppose, in case, take into consideration book outputs in open access that are that align more to the kinds of metrics and criteria that we want than the ones that are currently used, and that will be a shift. Although, of course, as you, I think, also mentioned in your analysis, in your project, thankfully the book open access to books and monographs discourse is not at the moment as entangled and as problematic as is the case, for example, with open access to articles, right? It's not as necessary because it's so diverse, because it has to do with national languages. It still prevents and has a different way of materializing, presents this diversity that is still not so much entangled into the commercial system and into the indicators and ways of assessment that articles use, right? So so in a sense, it would be nice not to mess this up thoroughly as well. But
thank you, Victoria. Jadranka is nodding and thanking you. And we have another question, please.
Hi, Victoria. This is João Mendes Moreira, FCT Portugal. I have two quick questions. The answers may not be that quick, but the first is, I wonder if you have assessed the impact of these recommendations on the European Commission and what would change. And the second question is ORE prepared also for ebooks?
the second question is easy. It's no, not yet. Because we need to, I mean, there needs to be a steps process. I mean, we cannot achieve everything at the same time. Or already accepts, I think manuscripts up to 50,000 words, maybe in the SSH, or I'm not sure it's only in the SSH. And the discussion has been, it's taken place before, but not for the moment is the answer. Yes, I think we will be carefully looking on your recommendation for funders, of course, RFOs, policymakers in particular. I think we tick some of the boxes for sure. I mean, our policy has been quite, I think, explicit, very clearly explaining what we want for monographs, etc. It has been quite strict, however, I would also say. It's, you know, it's, so we will see how this this works. So I think we still need to do work on this, but definitely you are giving us a guide to work on. And like, for example, we have not specifically for the next framework program, right? So the importance now is that the Commission will start preparing with a new Commission that comes in belatedly for the new framework program, whatever its name is going to be and how it will evolve, which will have a large emphasis on innovation. But we will need to improve our policies, right? And actually, we also do appreciate inputs from you as experts on how to improve our monograph policies based on the work that you've done. We certainly are going to study in detail, but yeah, for example, with regard to incentives specifically for monographs, that as far as, and our incentives come really at the proposal stage. They concern Horizon Europe grants and they come at the proposal stage. It's quite specific. We are a funder in this sense, and for the open access policy, but we will need to think a little bit more carefully, yes, in terms of whether there's something that we can do there. I mean, we do pay, for example, but yes, I mean, we will need to discuss and entertain more details, but also actually in discussing with member states in the future, and that's quite important. I mean, we have fora that we discuss with member states, like the national contact points, the national points of reference. We participate in CONOSC, and actually these are places where you should take the work of this project, but these are places where we can also promote the results of the project and discuss with member states some of your results. So this will be also very impactful and a way for us to take this further, right? But I cannot say that the work has already been done, right? You just finished the recommendation, so I think the work for us begins now as the project ends.
Thank you very much, Victoria. We are running slightly over, but before I let Michael on the stage, I just wanted to ask you one question, which, of course, it relates to the future. So you mentioned the next work program, and it's lovely to hear that books are being addressed. And I think you mentioned institutional publishing, and there are the ongoing Diamond journal programs. How do we secure that the, let's say, specificities of book publishing are also accommodated for in a future work program where, I mean, we discussed today at the roundtable that in some countries small commercial publishers are important, that there are, you know, all sorts of small issues that are important to nurture the local academic communities. So do you have any reflections on how we make that work as well alongside the journals when we talk about Diamond, for instance?
Yes, I mean, it seems that to me, if my understanding is correct, that the Diamond field will cover some of the issues, or a lot of the issues regarding open access book publishing, but not all of them, let's say, right? Exactly because, okay, the workflows are different, the infrastructure, I mean, is not, let's say, as developed, or the open infrastructure that that institutions may use are not as developed as for articles. But it does not cover the whole spectrum of open access to books and monographs. That's clear. We have a lot of commercial publishers, as you said, there are small publishers and a very diverse ecosystem. So our way to address this, I mean, part of the way was, of course, and this we intended this from the beginning, but we explained it when actually it was also asked by the Netherlands in our discussion with the member states, that actually the call also requires that books be addressed. That's the one thing. So I think that we are addressing part of it. And I think another part by listening to you as stakeholders to let us know what the needs are. And so we will see to think what the appropriate instrument is, whether it is, for example, I'm thinking now, a dedicated call. Would it be like a mutual learning exercise, which is an instrument for us that we give to member states to exchange, for example, but not only member states, I think institutions can participate to exchange practices and create new knowledge and pathways. So there are ways to do that. A few have to do with funding and others have to do through our channels to discuss with member states and stakeholders. And definitely we are eager to have your input as stakeholders as about what you think is necessary to do.
And yeah, so thank you very much, Victoria. And should we round of applause for Victoria's presentation here? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for joining us. And of course, we hope you can stay on, because now we are moving on to the next topic, which is the evidence behind it all. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to introduce to you the work package leader, at least, Associate Professor Dr. Michael Laxo from Tampere University, and formerly Associate Professor at Hanken School of Economics. So actually, you joined the project at Hanken, and now you have a new position at Tampere, but you're still with us, which we are very appreciative for. And you're joined by Lisa Matthias, who is a postdoctoral researcher at Hanken School of Economics. Please take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niels, and thank you for the opportunity to talk in such esteemed company and at such a beautiful venue. This feels very precious. I'll try to keep my voice in a controlled volume and not get too excited. I feel the echo catching up on me as well, so have to keep it neutral. So my name is Mikael Laakso. I'm here with Lisa. We're here to talk about things you already saw the end results of. So the recommendations that were a natural kind of result of the work we did in Work Package 3, looking at the data. And now you're gonna, put your lab coats on and pick out your microscope and share a few moments with us in like what life is for a researcher in this very interesting field. The data we had and what we did with it, and how, in a very abbreviated way, explaining how we came to the conclusions that we then pushed forward to the recommendations. Finnish people and I personally don't really like bragging. We are very modest, but here I think in PALOMERA, I think we have a reason to be super proud, and that's why I can say, and I have written these words in these slides, that we, I think at the moment, have the most comprehensive and in-depth just knowledge and pool of information about open access policies for books, but also for journals. I think that's something that we haven't really leveraged in the project, but all the policies we collected and also mapped concern journals. So we have a lot of information about that as well. So that's something that I think is super important to be proud of and highlight, that something which I don't think has ever been put under such a focus before is now also available for everyone to be reused, hopefully built and extended in different ways as part of future work. As I said, this will be just a short presentation where we take some of the tastiest bits out of Work Package 3 and all those nice moments in Zoom and Google Docs that we shared together with many of you, and those happy memories will live forever. But what will be visible for everyone are these two publications. So the one which is the report on the analysis findings, and then another dedicated report on a really in-depth web survey across the European research area. So please have a look at those. Like, those are the definitive output. Whatever I say here or we say here is more of an abbreviation and cutting some corners short in order to just, you know, stay interesting and relevant to the audience we have here. And even though I heard my name coming up here many times already today, I am not responsible, or maybe I'm responsible for the work, but I didn't do all the work. In a way, if something would have gone wrong, probably I would have been in trouble, but I didn't do the work. So there was a huge amount of people, both across Work Package 2, the data collection, as well as in Work Package 3, that have done all this. So I think no one should say my name ever again during this event. You should look at your colleagues and the others who actually pushed the cart forward. And I'd also like to mention a few external persons that were super helpful for compiling all of this. During the validation event for the analysis, we had Janneke Adema, Sherifa Bukasem Segmuri, and Charles Watkinson, who I met in an intimate two-day meeting for discussing how we were approaching the analysis and what we still could think about for packaging it all up. And then for reviewing the whole report that we have here, we got Joe DeVille and Simon Wakeling to give really helpful comments for that as well. But of course, all the errors or whatever might remain there are all shared. Let's say they're not just my problems. We'll take the blame together in Work Package 3. For this presentation, we'll try to keep it within its confines. Here is basically three different, I would say, segments. First, talking about how the aims of PALOMERA were converted into like a research project of sorts. Then talking about three different slices of data analysis, and then spending just a brief minute on, well, you already know the ultimate end result, the recommendations, but some of the findings that we found, as well as maybe, hopefully, time for a question or two. So, from my perspective, being a researcher by training and by day and night, it was quite peculiar to come into a project where you're not really starting with the research questions. You're starting with aims that go kind of beyond and are bigger than any one single research question that can be explored exhaustively. So these you already saw during Niels's presentation, that we wanted to improve the understanding, identify bottlenecks, support alignment. If I would see these as research aims in a paper, I would reject it as a reviewer. These are too broad, and you couldn't ever do justice with really exploring the universe like in this way. These are super ambitious, so we had to really focus and select the exact lenses we wanted to put into place in order to get something out of it, so we're not just spinning wheels. As you can see, this figure doesn't follow the typography or logo design that later matured during PALOMERA. It's very colorful and has like a carnival aesthetic to it, but it's remained. Like from the earliest days of thinking about what PALOMERA could be and how should we approach this science policy practice blob that is open access book publishing, we started with thinking like, at least we need to acknowledge the stakeholders. We need to identify these perspectives. We also knew that from the tender call, we wanted to include like a country perspective. We wanted to treat countries and data collection in different countries individually rather than trying to just ask people randomly across countries and try to come up with something universal. So trying to retain the country sensitivity as well as the stakeholder aspect. But then the additional flavor we added here was this pestle perspective. So trying to look at this, I'm talking about the blob, but this really very fuzzy and soft concept of open access book policy development, trying to look at it from different perspectives. So this sounds more complicated than it is, but basically trying to split the different parts of the discussion into more manageable parts. So having the political aspects separately, the economic aspects, social, technological, legal, and environmental. And from my scanning, this is kind of the first time this has been applied into scholarly communication and any science policy context. So this was very experimental. And I think we also learned a lot about what pestle can do for understanding complex environments like this. But yeah, we're splitting the presentation, so now I get a few minutes to breathe. So Lisa, please.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the data that we worked with. With the PALOMERA project, we've been really fortunate, although at times it felt a bit cursed, that we had these really ginormous and diverse data sets. So these included hundreds of policy-related documents, 42 stakeholder interviews with participants from over 30 countries, qualitative country profiles, as well as an era-wide web survey, and bibliometric data. All these different data sets then fed into 5 main analytical strands that you can see here in the second column of the flowchart. Ultimately, these provided our findings and they also informed the recommendations. Today, we want to focus on 3 main parts here: the policy analysis, the interviews, and also the country overview. So let's start with the analysis of the policy documents, because these were really at the heart of the PALOMERA project. And the goal here was to provide a comprehensive overview of the open access book policy landscape across the ERA countries, and also to identify similarities and differences in approaches to OA book policies. And our main aim here was twofold. First, we wanted to present a broad perspective in terms of the geographical span that the analysis should cover, but it was also important to us that we could take a more narrow focus to actually look at the content and the language in those policies. Again, a point of detail that we think has not been done before. So at the beginning of this work, we set out to collect policy-related documents. We did not really restrict this data collection, so we did not set minimum or maximum number of documents to be collected for each of these countries. As we heard numerous times today, the circumstances for each of these countries vary so much. But we did give a few pointers. So for instance, we said, please cover the largest research performing and funding organizations, and also pay attention to some sort of geographical diversity within each country's sample. So this whole process led us to a collection of nearly 500 documents, which we then scanned by hand and decided if they were relevant for further analysis. And by that, we mean that these documents had to match our working definition of what counts as a policy. Again, here we took a more liberal approach. We didn't want to set any really strict criteria, but rather give a few guideposts. So for example, the documents had to be issued by certain stakeholders, such as regional or national policymakers, research performing or funding organizations, or library or infrastructure providers. In addition to that, each of the documents had to either require or encourage open access to scholarly publications that are associated with the issuing organization, so either through funding, affiliation, or any other form of upstream involvement. So with these criteria in mind, we then were able to identify relevant policies, 246 in total,
And here in this map, you can see the geographical spread of our sample. Countries that are colored with a deeper shade of green, for those we have a higher number of documents in the sample. So what stands out from this map is the top 3 countries, Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium. And we should probably also note that there's a pretty large gap between Germany and the rest of the countries. And also that, unfortunately, for some other countries, such as Bulgaria or Croatia, those in gray, we do not have any documents, which does not necessarily mean those don't exist, but we did not find them. So while the map showed where those documents originated from, now we can look at who created them. And here in this plot, we can see that most documents, so more than half of them, come from research performing organizations, whereas research funding organizations and policymakers only made up around 20% of the documents in the sample. And libraries and infrastructure providers were the smallest group with only 5% in our collection. So then with all of these policies collected, we developed a systematic approach in how to analyze them. So in the first step, we took all the policy documents, and these are policy documents that could either address books, journal publications, or an umbrella term, all publications. And we coded them for the presence or absence of 17 different policy elements, which you can also see here on the right. So these then included some foundational elements like the policy scope or the OA models, but also aspects like practical implementation, compliance and enforcement, and also policy management and alignment. The second step of the analysis then only worked with the subsample of the documents, namely those that specifically address books. And from those, we took textual excerpts for the policy elements in order to get a more nuanced understanding of the OA book policies. So from this analysis, we have a few key patterns that stood out to us. So number one would be that there are certain elements across stakeholder groups and documents that are frequently mentioned, such as the types of books, the authors, and OA models, whereas others appear much less frequently. For instance, the policy review schedule or publication venue restrictions. Number two is that although from this more quantitative perspective, there seems to be some agreement, at least in terms of how we structure policies thematically, how these topics are then addressed in the documents varied quite a bit. And I think the most important point was that oftentimes the language used in the policies was very vague and ambiguous, sometimes also very complicated to understand. And again, just a reminder to use clear language, keep it simple, as we also heard many times today.
Yes, thank you, Lisa, for great unpacking of the policy mapping. So it wasn't mentioned in our title here that we would tackle the interviews, but I think they are so integral to many of the recommendations that we have that I just had to fit it in. Many of the recommendations do have a reference to interview materials. So you already heard about the knowledge base. Most of the interviews are in the knowledge base. We got permission to publish most of them in anonymous form, so you can have a look at them yourself, and you can see that there's even the names of the interviewers. So even if the interviewee remains anonymous, you'll see who was the other person at the end of the line asking these questions. But also, like throughout all the data collection, the policy mapping also included like the pestle perspective to the point that we could include it, that we tried to cover whatever we could leverage out of that thematic lens. But particularly the interviews were designed in Work Package 2 so that we covered as much ground that felt relevant for a 1-hour discussion on OA books with people that often had very little practical experience with open access books. But we always got interesting discussions out of it, but we really, I think, pressed all the juice out of the stones that we were able to have in this process, because having an hour-long discussion on all of these themes with people really gives, I think, a very transparent and thorough analysis. So similar to the, there was a process that went into the interview management. First we collected them, then we created tags within the interviews highlighting the sentences or paragraphs that have to do with any pestle factor, so to say. Do they talk about technology? Do they talk about legal issues? Do they talk about research assessment and so forth? And we could identify 1,796 of these different tags in our data set. And then we also wanted to figure out, is what they're saying something that is positive or neutral or negative in terms of policy development and OA book publishing in general? So to figure out, not quantitatively, but trying to get a better descriptive overview of this qualitative data that we have, so that we can somehow try to see the different strengths of the themes that emerged. And then based on these positive, negative, and neutral tags that we had, we looked for broader themes, tried to bunch together similar sentences, similar things that are said across the interviews to see what is kind of the root cause, or what are they saying without perhaps saying the actual label out loud, to try to get some knowledge out of it. And this is what it looked like in those sometimes lonely moments, sometimes funny moments together, tagging these interviews, and also those same interviews you'll find in the knowledge base, using Max QDA software, which is really simple. You just drag and drop and paint the parts of the interviews that, according to us, and according to a double check of 2 independent researchers, correspond to a pestle tag. And then how it looked like when we put in those positive and negative and hindering or barrier factors, very similar, just adding an additional momentum to the actual tag. Is it like a positive thing that they're mentioning, or something negative, or something that we really can't make a judgment on? So really simple and mechanical, and anyone could do it, and I think understand it, as long as we unpack it and explain, would explain a bit more slowly what happened. But that's the figure that Victoria presented. Basically the end result on a very high level, how many barriers, barrier segments that can be one sentence or a whole paragraph within the interviews on these different themes did we find. But on themselves, this doesn't say us very much. This isn't what we were really looking for, but this is like an overview of what we ended up with on a descriptive level. The next step is, I think, the actual real, where all those hours came to fruit, looking at those themes, not just looking at pestle factors being negative or positive for policy development, but actually looking at the extracted sentences and paragraphs and trying to attach that theme to them. Like, what are they actually talking about? And you can see here, there's some examples, you know, it can be government inactivity or lack of policies, or something that many of those excerpts might talk about, even though they express it in different ways. And one of these passages could, of course, have to do with 2 things at the same time. And the top kind of barriers that we found, and this is like why you should have listened to me so far, because this was a long way to come to this figure, which I think connects to the recommendations. Like, based on going through all the motions, this is what's really important. Like, what were the most frequent things that we have exact sentences and passages about, that talk about different challenges that are not positive for policy development, if I spin it that way. But maybe the positive thing in all of this, I won't read these out loud. It's not fun to listen to something like that. But my kind of summary here, and something that maybe didn't have time to make it before press of the actual report, is that many of these factors are in control of research funders, research performing organizations. They are not something that you can say, wait and see, or, you know, let someone else figure it out. Like, many of these are things where individual organizations can do something, should do something if they see this as important. Of course, coming up with money, it's easier said than done. But, you know, policy existence, that's something that many of the persons we talked with saw, that if we would even have a policy to start with, it would be much easier to then refine, come towards alignment or whatever, but the whole lack of any policy is kind of a non-starter for having those, more deeper discussions on the topic. Then, no keyboard, so let's take the remote. The enablers, this is something we weren't really asked to do. If we go back to the second slide where we looked at the aims of PALOMERA, there was this bottleneck idea that please just look at the negatives, just look at where things go wrong. But we couldn't resist ourselves because research is fun and we had all the materials. We also, of course, then looked at those things that were positive and maybe, I don't know what's an anti-bottleneck, but that thing, the oil in the bottleneck or something, but those that people saw as good and explainers of like when things go well. And here, those of you that have good short-term memory can see that there's, like many of these repeat themselves. Coordination, national, awareness, one more time before you get a seizure, awareness, incentives, they get repeated. So the same thing can be a cause for like a barrier, but also if handled poorly or managed not at all, it can be a barrier. So this is something that also I and probably no one in the project yet has really digested what this means. This is where we had to throw the shovels to the ground and just make the report happen. We had what we needed, but I think there's a lot more that can be learned by looking at, like, what is the explanation of these? These were handled independently by different people, but we came to similar like themes and tags to in the end. So quite interesting. But I don't have the answers. I'm just telling you what we did, and we'll maybe together figure it out in the coming months and years, what this could mean more exactly. This is a lot to take in, but since we had the task within PALOMERA and in this presentation, let's see what we have, 10 minutes, to also do a country, somehow take countries into acknowledgement, to not just make generalized statements. This proved to be like one of the hardest things and something we spent a lot of time on, but didn't get a lot of space in the actual report. So we have a lot of materials that have been condensed into one figure and one kind of visualization of the materials we gathered. And here I would recommend those that really want things to stick and understand to look at the report. We try to explain all the multiple steps we have there in a fairly pedagogical way. There is some intricacies, and the whole purpose of doing like a country analysis or country overview in PALOMERA was not to really compare. That's never been the question, and we are not passing judgment, but I think these are super good at summarizing some of the diversity on these thematic factors that we looked at. So have I cushioned it enough? You know, the disclaimers are out, but basically we want no evil to anyone. We want to be constructive and show the diversity on different axes. And of course, we are working with the data we have. So these are not exhaustive. We have many limitations to what we were able to reach. But so, for example, the OA policy framework in different countries. Into this categorization, we summarized if there is a national policy in the country, the presence or strength of national OA advocacy, the presence and strength of research funding policies, the strength and presence of research performing organization policies, and was there something else? There were like six different like variables that we coded in, and of course countries could get points or whatever, like have a higher or lower color, let's say here. I won't use the R word, but kind of they would not even perform, but rank, I'll say it, rank more highly on our scale here, but that's not our purpose. The idea is just to show that there is a large variation in even the presence of policies in different countries. But this is maybe the least kind of interesting. We already exhausted like policy mappings and policy presence through other means, but we also had different variables. For example, the economic factor, not just the policy factor, but the economic factor. Is there funding mechanisms present in the policies of the research funder and the research performing organization or organizations, as well as do some of the institutions in the country participate in international collaborative funding networks or infrastructure projects? yes or no. And yes, so you can have a look at this, but we see that there is some disparity. We also included a general indicator for percentage of research and investment as a share of GDP from the different countries to see, like, does research intensiveness or share of research used, of money used on research somehow connect or explain some of these factors? How do national book publishers enable or make information available about open access book publishing options? Having a scale for that. Are there repositories in the country? Is there a national portal for open access books? Is there any other technical infrastructure that can help support OA book publishing? And then the final one was about secondary publishing rights. Many countries have, up to our interpretation, such rights that enable easier self-archiving of open access books that kind of just are summarized here. Is it good or bad? Who's to say? It's either pale green or dark green. So let's keep the discussion at that at this point. But the idea is to show and approach this from a constructive point of view, to see that the countries even summed up on these very high-level indicators behave very differently, and they can achieve kind of a high intensity on these in different ways. But please look at the report to kind of learn more about this, as we kind of have to unpack it together after the fact. This is where I fear my voice is not maybe kind of giving up, but I have to refrain from raising it. There's been many meetings where I've been asked, to say something about the policies we looked at and what could be improved in them. And you've heard many of these already here, that there's vague definitions, books are all kind of included, but not really. That's like mentioning all publications and not really mentioning books specifically. Many of these documents are really unclear who they're meant for. There's no responsibility given or distributed by them. They might be just admin documents, never meant for researcher eyes, who knows, might be legal documents. There's split documents that are interlinked by some weird schematic. Often they leave things unsaid, leaning on national policies or external documents. Might be considered how that should be handled in the future when things just keep moving, if you keep linking to external documents for your own policies. We saw that policies are often quite old. I would like to see a more dynamic and renewing landscape where we wouldn't have so many plus 5-year-old policies that don't maybe correspond anymore to the possibilities and best practices of today. Then many of these are weirdly strict. They are saying horrible things that should be done, but without any really funding mechanisms or ways to make that happen. So maybe they don't have implications for the researchers, but they are very absolute in that you need to publish open access or make your works open access, but then there's nothing said about how or like what are the mechanisms to support that. So I felt some kind of sympathy for the people who might be subject of such policies. But yeah, there's seldom, we saw from the policy mapping, seldom any information about what if I don't do this, or who follows it, or who should I be in contact if I want to make sure that my publication is tracked. Nothing is said often about these. So it can be just thought about if some type of improvement or reflection is to be made. But there is significant alignment, but I think we shouldn't stare ourselves blind to just those that are already A students in the game. Like our project, of course, had to focus on the policies that exist in order to say something about the landscape. It wouldn't be that interesting to just say that there weren't that many policies. Let's get back to it in 5 years. So we, of course, are constructively reflecting on the existing policies, but I think there's a lot of work to be done in just trying to stimulate and engage those that have yet not issued a policy. So we shouldn't just somehow punish those that already perform quite well. And I think the environment is not ready for any type of standardized like policy template thing that we could just say for 90% of institutions, please just use this in slightly modified form. That won't work. According to me, I think we need something else that's more sensitive to country circumstances. And then I think we shouldn't, maybe this should have come earlier, that a strict policy is not the same as a good policy. I'm not an advocate for like watertight, absolute contract-like things that force or researchers to do something. I think they just need to be clear, like be transparent in the definitions, in what's being asked. It might just be a recommendation, that's fine, but be clear in that recommendation. Say you're recommending books, books should be made open access when available, and don't leave it open at, at all publications and have an ambiguous stance on it. I think it would do a lot of progress about being a bit more clear in those definitions, and also returning to them at regular scheduled intervals, because otherwise I'm afraid it won't be done. But I guess there's time still for some questions, if there is any. Thanks.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Michael, for your presentation. It's very excellent. What struck me the most is the low score of the legal aspect as a barrier for open access. In the indicator of when I read the policy analysis, the indicator was the secondary publishing rights, which is a concept which is quite new. Only 7 countries in Europe have introduced the second rights. So maybe the terminology that you use with the interviewers, the interviewee, was quite, ambiguous. Had you used another terminology, for instance, copyrights, I think the score would have been different.
Thank you. That's a good comment, and this is where things get a bit messy. The secondary publishing rights in the country overview sheet wasn't derived from the interviews. That was just based on public information on the web. So are there secondary publishing rights? And there are web resources that collect information about this. So I don't think that's ambiguous. Maybe the label of that category or column could be better and narrower to just secondary publishing rights. But in the interviews, we had very broad questions about copyright, licensing, and but those two aren't connected, like the secondary publishing rights for the country overview thing and the barriers from the interviews. They are related, of course, thematically, but those were two fully separate processes. And I think why maybe legal aspects weren't such a prominent barrier is that, I don't know, we had a few questions on it that were targeted, talking about these aspects, but it was rarely something that was seen as like problematic in a way. Like, of course, licenses, and there are preferences for them, but it wasn't usually like something that garnered a lot of discussion. Of course, we only count here the number, and we showed you the number of tags or excerpts, so that's like a bad measure in a way to now jump to conclusions that it's less problematic or less urgent. I think we really need to look at those specific excerpts and the materials that are plentiful in the report. Every one of these themes has a handful of different examples showing how they have responded in a barrier or a positive way to this. So yeah, we need to unpack that, but the legal aspects are complicated. But I would also not jump to conclusions just based on the frequencies of the things said in the interviews, because we shouldn't use that as a measure for less or more importance, but just at least for a presentation like this as a discussion starter for some of the more prominent things that came up during those discussions.
Thank you very much, Miguel, for the great presentation and for the great data collection that you've been conducting. It's very impressive, the work. I have a question about the sustainability of the information that you have collected. What are the mechanisms that you have envisaged for maintaining this information updated? since we can all think that maybe in the countries that you have analyzed, things will change and will evolve during the coming months, hopefully. And if you have think about any mechanism for sustaining this database. This is for the future, and I have 3 small questions for the past, for the analysis that you've made. How have you treated those policies that were not specifically for open access books, but just for books as a concept? This is the first one. Second one, how have you treated those policies that were for collections of monographs, not for individual books, that the one that we have in Spain for assessing collections of monographs? And if you have titled as a policy those actions that do not encompass all the elements that a policy is supposed to require, but just a few of them, like funding or assessment or whatever, just, you know, there are many actions that are part of a policy, but they are not under the heading of this is a policy, you know. And if you have found different actions and different resources put in favor of books or of open access books, and if you have treated that as a policy. So 3 small questions on how you've been conducting the analysis, the impressive one, and how do you envisage to maintain this information? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pilar. Yeah, there were 3 short questions. They were almost existential questions. Like if I take the first one, the easiest one, which I'm not probably permitted to answer here under some kind of oath, to not speculate on the future of PALOMERA resources. But of course, as a researcher, I appreciate that this material is the most valuable right now. Tomorrow it will be less so. It kind of gets outdated faster than a bunch of bananas left on the table. So we really need to leverage it now for like, you know, because it represents at least yesterday and not 2 years ago. So from a researcher perspective, I would like some of those more time-sensitive parts, like the policy collection, to somehow be extended and updated in future projects, however that might take shape. The interviews are a bit less sensitive. I think they're more rich data that can be used for slightly different purposes. But then based on, I'm not going to pass it over to Lisa like some kind of coward here about the policy mapping and definitions, even though she mentioned them during her presentation. We had long discussions about like what defines a policy, because they come in many different shapes and sizes. But for example, you mentioned that what about a policy that doesn't say anything about open access? Well, those we didn't include. We had like a criterion that they need to like direct someone to make their publications open access in some way. Otherwise, we would have a lot of materials or like things that we really can't sum up in a fairly mechanical way. I would say that we had this lens that ended up with 17 different like categories that Lisa presented for what we really looked for and inspected in the policies. And if there isn't really anything about open access, there's not much to say. So that's why we left those on those are more about like publishing culture, research assessment, maybe. I'm speculating here, but I'm thinking they are maybe not targeted for understanding more about open access directly. But then about book series, I don't know, that sounds more, we saw that many policies also cover the output of institutions. I'm not sure if this is it, but like saying that any journals or books published by the university should also be open access. So from that point, I think we were able to capture it, but those were really rare in the way that it's not that many policies that would also think so holistically about their presence in the landscape, that also as producers, as publishers of things, we can also include in our policy that whatever we publish within our walls should also be open access, and not just point fingers at researchers to make that happen elsewhere. The final question, I have a bad memory.
How do you identify the policy when sometimes specific
yes.
actions are not under that heading, but they
we didn't.
Policy measures?
Yeah, well, we used just those two broad things that basically it needs to be issued by an organization of those fair, like PALOMERA stakeholder types, and then directing someone with some connection to that organization to publish open access. So we included everything. They weren't maybe called policies, but as long as they came to us either through validation events or through our own data scanning, they were treated as policies. but in both good and bad. But we didn't really care for what the label or the actual format of the information was.
Thank you.
Very quickly on the sustainability of the data collection, the knowledge base. So OAVEN was setting up this repository, which is a DSpace repository, and we will maintain it. So technically it will be maintained. But there is a question about the editorial workflows, how to get new policies in, that whole question, which we will address tomorrow in the workshop, to some extent at least, open that discussion. So we have some different scenarios that we will present, and then we can have a discussion around it. Of course, that's the most important part, to keep it dynamic and updated.
Do we have time for one more question?
One last one? Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe a coffee break. Sorry, it's the coffee break.
Mikael, my question will be very short. So, as I understand, first of all, congratulations. Like Piral, I'm impressed with the scope of this survey and quality of the analysis. And probably you don't have answer to my question, because I'm interested in the possible correlation between good policies and number of policies in some countries and the amount of open access books in this case. Do you have any information on that? So my question is biased, because I'm coming from the country where we are fighting for national policy for 20 years without any success. But we still have a lot of bottom-up initiatives and a lot of open access content. So I'm really interested in the how these policies are working really in the countries where they are present.
That would be super interesting, and I think that's the missing link. With regard to the number of policies, we saw some countries that have similar policies across many institutions that have clearly shared like a template together that is suited to the national environment, and universities within it then tweaking it minimally for their purposes. And I think that seems to work well. I can't see from the outside at least why that wouldn't work for establishing at least some baseline policies. But then connecting that with a comparison about national OA book publishing, I can't really say, because within the project as well, we are so reliant on international bibliometric databases for knowing anything about open access books, and those are not yet good at capturing book publishing that happens on the more national level in non-English languages. So that's really something that future research could look into in really establishing the link between policies and publishing practices, or at least just publishing practices. We don't really know what's happening because it's recorded at maximum on the national level, but even there, not always in a very systematic and public way. So, but yeah, there's work to do in that regard. Yeah.
So my name is Girinta Ragutskaite. I'm from Research Council of Lithuania. I'm a senior policy analyst, and I want to thank you for your presentation. The great job was done. I have you already answered some questions I had about policies in native languages, etc., and about the continuously, because in Lithuania 1 month ago we released the new policy, so things change as well. So, but I have couple of questions. So one question, for example, if the country have like main policy, and in that policy, the institutions, the research performing institutions, supposed to have their institutional policies. How did you address that? Does the country have one, or for example, 10 policies on open access?
In that case, we considered those national policies. That's one document, and we didn't replicate it for 10 universities. But that's interesting to hear that there is such a dynamic as well.
Yeah, because see, there is this roadmap. I think you know about this roadmap.
Yes, yes.
Where we have registered policies. That's why when I saw your statistic data, then the question raised. Another question is about book types, and in recommendations as well, you talk about that in the policies, we just call them books. not the type of books or monographs or book parts or etc. Did you thought about that sometimes, especially if it's in native languages, in the policies there is links to related documents, and in that, let's say, secondary document, there's all the possible types of books?
I think this is maybe more about when funding comes into play, particularly what do you want to fund as an institution for being open access? Does it have to be peer reviewed? Can it be popularized science? Can it be, I don't know, like more literature analysis? Like, there are many genres of things that could be, or textbooks that could be seen to be things that people employed at a university or a research center do. But I think it's really up first to decide what's realistic. And I think my personal view, this is not Palomera recommended, is to be clear, like to mention if you only want peer-reviewed books to be under the policy, then say it, because otherwise I think it will be ambiguous and it will be toothless to even the part of books that you would want to be open access. So I think it really, it needs to be clear, because books come in so many shapes and sizes and are written for different purposes as well. So I would like to see just clarity. Even though it's nice and simple to just say books, I think it's a disservice to actually progressing then the practices for open access of particularly academic books.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brecht Salen, Science Europe. I'm just going to join everyone in saying this is very, very impressive work. I'm mindful we're going over time, so I'm just going to do a summary of a comment that I had. We just launched member survey results where we asked research funding bodies, research performers about their strategic approaches to open science. And we found there, among all the elements that we asked, like what is included in your approach, is that open access to publications is virtually always included. And I think this, I've been listening, really amazed. You've basically already taken the next step in sort of really unpacking what does that then actually mean for open access to books. One quick comment that I wanted to give is I think the importance of national coordination in taking the next step, because that's also something from the survey that we launched that we saw every time, even though funding bodies, performers, they very consistently say we have our own mandate to devise our own policies. In the very same breath, they will say, but we are part of a national system. There's national policies that we look at, that we align with. Even though we ourselves have a mandate, we are part of this framework. So I think if you have that up there as one of the sort of enablers, I would really emphasize that, because very often they are just all looking at each other within a national system and trying to move together, if at all. So I think that was really good to see that up there. That really connects with what we found in our survey as well. So just a quick comment.
Yeah, thanks, Brecht. And before making the short break, any shorter or non-existent, we've missed it. But like, I think the national coordination is actually like a foundation for unlocking many of the other parts, like awareness, incentives, policy existence, whatever. Like, it's so much heavier, and they shouldn't just be listed. They should probably be, by a researcher, put into some kind of a hierarchy or kind of a flow chart about how things might stick together from a process point of view at some point in the future. But definitely, national coordination is something like that. But thank you for the roasting. I think it's time to move ahead with the program. Yeah.
So I think we need a short break, 10 minutes, and then we have some buffer at the end. I will be short, and then Gabrielle still has time. So 10 minutes, and we'll be back 1:15. is Dr. Gabriela Manister is from the Institute of Literary Research at the Polish Academy of Science, and she's the co-lead with Maciej Maril on the work package 2, which is about the data collection. So, Gabriela, please, the floor is yours.
I'm going to prepare this. Thank you for introducing me. Thank you for having me here. I may be alone in the stage, but this data collection process was like really, it happened because of a lot of people, and I think that it's going to be fair if I'm going to present, and then if you get any question, Maciej will answer them. Yes, that's my idea of fairness. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna rewind a little bit. 22 months ago, we started this amazing project, and we started with the most important stuff, so the data. And today, I'm not only gonna present the data collection itself, but I'm gonna show you where to find the data in a more digest way, in a more like user-friendly way. So we're gonna start with PALOMERA knowledge base, which is a repository created through extensive data collection and design for policymakers, for funders, for researchers, and of course other stakeholders and everybody who is involved or like interested in implementing open access books into their policies. And following to that, I will also present a little bit of OAPEN Open Access Books Toolkit that were relaunched already 1 month ago, 13th of September, with new funder and policy section. And we believe that together with recommendation, of course, these resources can offer you a guide for you and for anybody who is like involved in open access book publishing. Or policy making, etc., etc. And these resources are enabling you to make a data-driven, impactful decision, and maybe it's going to be inspirational for other research activities. So my promise for you today is that at the end of my speech, you will indeed know where to find all the data from PALOMERA project. And before we will start, and before I will showing to you the resources, I want to pay a little bit of tribute to the data collection. This was a very precise process in which all PALOMERA team, I believe, was involved one way or another by designing the methodology, by gathering data, translating the documents, some documents, contacting and connecting with experts from the countries that we didn't have expert or by disseminating our research needs. So let's start. The geographical scope, as you heard like a lot of times today, was 39 countries from European research area. And some of them, of course, were better in understanding, finding the documents, but it's, of course, also the evidence that in some of the countries we didn't find so much. And I think that firstly, I would like to tell you that these 39 countries, I know it's going to be a little bit of a long process, but there's two arguments for that. First of all, we are all the time talking 39 countries, so maybe we should give the number and names. And then the second one, I think, and I believe that maybe somebody who's listening to me now online or here are interested what country we did cover in some like extension or no. So this was Albania, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czechia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, I feel like in Eurovision a little bit, no? Moldova, Montenegro, Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, Slovakia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Sorry for that, it's going to be only one
think that I'm gonna read something like this, but I think that it's very important that we cover really these countries. And when it comes to the time span, it was 10 years from 2012 to 2022. Of course, we prepared the rationale for you. We decided that it's going to be a decade after the European Commission approach towards open science that was codified, and it was in 2012, and then the implementation of the Horizon 2020, which was also significant impact on national policies. And at the beginning, we draw in methodology 5 different stakeholders group. As you can see, research, national policymakers, RPOs, RFOs, publishers, and the 5th one is libraries and infrastructure providers. In the recommendation, you can see more, and I think that is something that is developed somehow in during our project. But at the beginning, I need to mention that it was these 5 stakeholder groups in the methodology of collecting the data at the beginning. Then you can see how we kind of draw the whole things, and at the beginning of the thinking about how to collect all the data, we already know that we're gonna build this knowledge base. So it was all designed, and we were thinking about it, how can we also give a little bit of the value at the beginning with the data collection, then to make it easier for somebody who wants to see the knowledge base itself. So, of course, we've got 2 types of data, qualitative and quantitative. In the collection of qualitative data, the goal was to gather and prepare data set of open access. So we've got data sets, and also to launch an era-wide survey on open access monographs to fill some existing data gaps, understand the needs, the barriers, the best practice. And in the qualitative data collection and annotation, we gathered and collected documents, a lot of documents, and we also conducted interviews with the main stakeholders group that we drafted in our methodology. We used Zotero to collect all the data. We pre-analyzed some of the collection data sets and survey, and all of the materials that we collected are, of course, in the knowledge base. First, I would like to pay attention a little bit to the quantitative data collection. It was bibliographical data. As I mentioned, it was the goal was to collect and generate and prepare some exploration of the quantitative data. We targeted survey to 37 libraries. We contacted with them, but only 16 of them responded, and 40 of them provided us some valuable data. It is all in the report that is available in the Zenodo. At the end of the day, I will show you all of our reports in Zenodo. And at the end of the day, in addition to library data, the team compiled an annotation list of 15 external data sources like DOIBN, OpenAlex, WordCat, etc. And because they are served as key repositories for open access books information. Then we launched the era-wide survey. We disseminated very widely. The survey was available from August to October, so for 3 months in 2023. The results were 420 complete responses that we received from 30 countries within the era. Also, the report from the survey is available in Zenodo, in PALOMERA community. Also, you can see the questionnaire from the survey there. Then, when it comes to our qualitative data collection, we did it in the 2-phase kind of methodology. First, we identified using this detailed protocol guiding all the researchers. It was 16 researchers from many European countries speaking a lot of languages, so it was a little bit easier for us as an international team to understand what's really going on in these documents and how to read them. We also consulted the local expert on set. Like, for example, like in Poland, we were talking with people who could provide us some information from the main stakeholders group that we wanted to contact and conduct the research in. And at the end of the day, we decided of type of the documents is going to be policies, strategies, data, recommendation, plans, articles, etc., etc. So all of the documents that they were important for us according to the open access books. And then the second phase was collection and pre-processing. So this is more how we work together with VP3, so with Michael and with the analysis team to how to select relevant documents, how to prepare abstracts and excerpts for them, how to apply relevant tags that they will serve later to the analysis. So what I think is important, but I think that it's, Michael already told a lot about the policies and the analysis of them, but I think that something important, and it's not only used for analysis, but also you can use it as a data that can serve you in the in some kind of a research activity or in your work, is that in our documents we collected 1,552 excerpts in Zotero, and they are already also in the knowledge base. There are help to understand the documents. There are the passages of the text that are, even if the text was, the original text of the document was in the national language, they are translated in the deeply, and they're understandable for further usage. And at the end, we've got the interviews. You can see the breakdown, the gender breakdown, the stakeholder breakdown, the geographics. Unfortunately, we didn't cover 3 countries from our data collection. It is Albania, North Macedonia, and Montenegro. We really tried, but we failed. Sorry for that. Next project we won't. But we covered 34 countries as a 1 per country interview, and 3 countries 2 per country interviews. So goal of the interviews was more to uncover how they are implementing, or how they are like talking about the academic monographs or academic books in their policies. And it was only 60 minutes per interviews, but I think that it still covered a lot of questions. All of the interviews were conducted online using Zoom. It was recorded. It was transcribed by a happy scribe. Sometimes because again our team was international, so we had this amazing opportunity to sometimes conduct the interviews in the national language, but they are all translated into English. So if you want to see them, the transcription from them, they are all in English. So that was the data collection part, and we then kind of wanted to build like this raw materials for everybody who wants to use it, and we call this repository in the knowledge base. As I already mentioned, even before starting all of the data collection, we knew that we gonna do like the repository of it, so we already designed the knowledge base in the same time. So in the knowledge base you can find the documents, the policies, the statistics with some excerpts and transcripts from interviews conducted that they were that we could share. And now this is the QR code for knowledge base, the address, and I want to show you the short video that can show you how to use the knowledge base. Yes.
The knowledge base is a collection of hundreds of documents related to open access book policies in the European research area. There are several ways in which you can search this database. You can browse by the date when a document was published, by a document's author, you can browse by its title, or by its subject. Here you will find an overview of all documents that are in the knowledge base pertaining to a specific country. For instance, here you will find a list of all Austrian documents available in the knowledge base. If you'd like to refine the search and combine more filters, return to the main page and type in a keyword in the search box. For instance, carte, the word for book in Romanian. On the left-hand side, you can apply different filters to refine the results. You can select and choose Romanian documents put forth only by research funding organizations. You can then download the document as a PDF or have a look at the excerpts available that highlight passages related to books and provide translations with DeepL. Explore the knowledge base and find many more documents published by different stakeholders. Or look at the interviews with stakeholders across the European research area.
The video with instruction, you can also find it on the knowledge base website. What is really important here for you as a user, as a potential user of the knowledge base, is that you can put in the browser, you can put also like the text or the words, the keywords in your national language as it was showed, because it can be like browsed also like in the national language. So it's really serve as a multi-language tool for everybody. Okay, and the second resource, the second, I would say, like service that we built during the PALOMERA, it is already relaunched and refreshed. It's OAPEN Open Access Books Toolkit that aims to, of course, promote, support open access to academic books. And it's also like built, the new articles are built on evidence that we found in PALOMERA project. Here you can also have a quick direct QR code to the open access book toolkit. It was updated in September 13, so 1 month ago, and it offers new content, new design, and exchange functionality. So you can see it now, and the second video. No, not yet. Oh, not yet, sorry. The second video, it will be soon. Sorry. So what does it mean that it's relaunched, and for who is it support? First of all, I think that the researchers can have very nice guidance. It's supporting authors of academic books to understand the process, the benefits, how to publish in the open access, how to publish a book in open access, etc., etc. There is a lot of resource for policymakers, provides valuable data from knowledge base, from PALOMERA, and of course everybody who is interested into the open access book publishing can join, not join, but like can enter the open access book toolkit and look for something interesting for them. And there is gonna be now the second video. So, no, the timing is everything here, I know. And this is going to be with my comment because we haven't yet have the instruction here, but you can see the amazing open access books toolkit. Of course, the new refreshed design. First functionality is to search via just via the browser. You can put everything you want connected to open access book. It's going to be very basic open access books, and you can see the results. I can feel that, yes, I choose the first, I think, the first article, so the difference between open access and no open access books. As you can see, it was published in 2020, but revised during the relaunch of the toolkit in 2024, like in September. You can see the whole text, the references. If you need further reading, there's also a lot of data, a lot of articles that you can dig in. You can also like go to the connected articles to the something that it's it's similar or for a further reading and publish into the toolkit. You can, of course, go to the glossary. The glossary section is put it alphabetically, and you can see the most important kind of terms with the definition, with everything that you need to know about open access books publishing processes. We will choose the author-accepted manuscript here. As you can see, you get like a short, brief description about it, revised in July. I don't know why is it in Polish, but it's okay. It's July. No, it's June. Sorry, it's June 2024. And you can see that there's like this free section, open access for books, publishing open access books, and business models. There are more for authors, for like RPOs, but there's two more sections on the right here, and this is open access books policies and funding policies. And here you can see a lot of articles that were draw or built upon the evidence that we found in the PALOMERA. So, for example, policy lifecycle. You can just dig into the important and interesting articles that giving you some like really evidence-based knowledge about how to publish in open access, how does it work, the open access books publishing processes. And one more new functionality, good functionality, very important if you're gonna go, just wait, to, for example, funding policies and to materials, references, documents, however you want to call them. You can see, just wait a second, that we already put it for you to download some materials, some documents from our data collection and research. So, for example, you can go to the documents and it's going to be here in PDF. You can download it. You can do whatever you want with this document. So that's the new relaunch of the Open Access Books Toolkit. That's it. Can we go to the presentation? And the last thing that I want to show you is the Zenodo community. We've got the PALOMERA Zenodo community, and you've got all of the report or on every work package that we did. We got like a lot of raw data or the processes of research processes that we conducted during this 22 months already. So yeah, I think that's it. If there's any question, there's Maciej there. You can join me on the scene, I think. You've got a question? I can answer if you. I know it was a long, intensive day. Thank you. If you want to know more, of course, you can always give us a call, not call, a mail, but call also. Thank you.
So, I get the honor of the final session, so I hope you're still awake. I can't really see if anyone's asleep, but I hope not. I'm going to kind of close the day, I think, looking a bit ahead. So beyond PALOMERA, and then I'm going to briefly present the program for tomorrow, but I will be quick. Fortunately, I reduced the number of slides this morning, so you are lucky. And of course, we will have some refreshments afterwards and dinner. But so thinking about beyond PALOMERA, of course, we think about the project coming to an end, and as I think Victoria said, it's always a bit sad, isn't it, when you've been in a really good project and it's coming to a close, although all the results are fantastic and we are happy about them, but it's been really exciting and loads of meetings and very good and friendly atmosphere. But it's true that the project is coming to an end, but of course let's say the mission of promoting open access to books is not coming to an end, by no means. So in that sense, the project is really a stepping stone to something else. And I think that was, the intention from the beginning, that we were building something that was meant to be taken forward in some way, which we are still discussing, and tomorrow we will definitely also be discussing that. But it's more than just a stepping stone, of course. It's also the fact that we have increased the level of, or the shared level of knowledge that we are standing on. I think you've seen now the knowledge base, the evidence, the research we have done. So we have a better reference point than we did 2 years ago. So we don't have to, every time start from scratch. We can build on what we have achieved. I think this is really important because in so many conversations, we've not really had the evidence to document what we thought. And now we have. At least we have a very good base, and it can be explored further, and hopefully others will also explore this data. But even more than that, I think we have also, a fantastic consortium of partners, 16 partners, many people, most of them are here today, which is great. And I think building that, let's say, social infrastructure of people coming together is hugely important and so valuable. I think this is what keeps me from driving, or not driving, but walking up the stairs every morning. But opening the computer is actually meeting very fantastic people who are dedicated, who are skilled, who are friendly, who are really wonderful working with, and who have also, under the conduction of Ursula, been really good at creating awareness. So we've had many events and discussions and presentations, and I think they will continue after the project as well. So we've also enabled international collaboration or awareness building. We'll soon have an IFLA webinar. I'm presenting this at Charleston Library Conference in the US, in South Africa in December, before the global summit on Diamond, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of awareness raising which was addressed as important. So I think we have created some momentum for open access books, which we should be careful about not losing, but really build on. And I think that's a great outcome. And of course, we have also created new things like the Funder Forum, which we have discussed, like the knowledge base and the updated toolkit and so on. And there is, by the way, this nice little flyer that can also give you access to the toolkit if you want to know more. And then we have the recommendations that kind of put us forward. And of course, then, so these are the results of the project, but all of this comes in a context, which I will just briefly share with you, because I was thinking, okay, so where's this putting us in? Where's this project sort of fitting in? So this is definitely, by no means, a complete list of all the open access books project out there and that have been. So excuse already, I apologize for those I haven't mentioned, but so just as examples. And I was part of this OAPEN library project back in 2008. And at the time, there wasn't a lot of open access policies going on. But there was actually Austria, FWF, and I think Doris is here somewhere. And I remember Doris presenting the FWF policy during our project, which was really exciting and new. And since then, we've had the directory of open access books coming up in 2012-13. We've had, I was part of a knowledge exchange study on monographs, but that was only covering 8 countries because that's the knowledge exchange group. Then 2 really important projects came about, the Himeos project, which was an infrastructure project for open access book platforms, coordinated by Pierre Mounier, and also the Operas D project, which was really kickstarting operas, which you all know, of course. And very exciting projects that really for the first time had, in an EU context after OAPEN, books in focus, and brilliant projects. Then we, as an outcome of the study, the knowledge exchange study, there were 2 workshops that really had focus also on books. And there was, during COVID, there was this second workshop in 2021, out of which came a call for action. And if you go back to that call for action, which you will find 2 of the authors and many of the editors in this room, you will see that many of the things that are coming out in the recommendations of PALOMERA actually also are being addressed already then. So there's a kind of continuum. Then COPIM, which was mentioned by Tahir, the Research England and Arcadia funded project, began, I think, in 2019 or 2020? 2020, I think. Sorry for looking at you, Tahir, putting you on the spot. But and there's the second project, the Open Book Futures project, also really focusing on books, infrastructures, and funding models, etc. European Research Council projects, US funded, Mellon funded OA EBU Data Trust project, and we have the OA Books Network coming up, the toolkit that you've seen. We had the OABN Voices from the Community session, which gathered a lot of opinion about books. So all this has really been sort of driving, you know, there's kind of like a stream of very many things going on. And then the PALOMERA project, which has taken a lot of this into consideration, has been working, using also the OABN, using the toolkit as you've seen, collaborating with other initiatives along the way. So looking ahead, there are other projects already in the pipeline, which is amazing. So we have just first mentioned the Almasi project, which is really on Diamond and on the Federation or the Alliance for Diamond Open Access. Okay, it's focusing on journals, but there will be a focus also on books, which is really great. The Graphia project, there is also engagement with books. And then we are in the process of creating, let's say, an updated operas special interest group on OA books, which will consist of 3 working groups, if all goes well. So the OABN on business models and a new one on infrastructure. So again, really building on the things that we have achieved also in this project, but there is a path forward, right? So it's not the end of things, but it's really moving and taking things forward. And I was very pleased to hear Victoria mention that that books will be addressed in the next work program of the Horizon Europe, so for 25-26. So that's exciting news as well. And hopefully we'll find more things. So tomorrow we're going to talk about the Funder Forum, the continuation of it, how to do that best. We're going to talk about the knowledge base. And we're also going to talk about the policy development tool, which hasn't been mentioned much today. So this is a thing Michael can walk us through tomorrow and tell us more about. So we have developed a concept. We have not designed a tool for you yet. We hope that we can co-create a tool together with you, the key stakeholders. This is also for tomorrow. So we have these, in a fantastic project, European Commission project terminology called key exploitable results. So how do we exploit the results? And this is something we are also addressing, of course, within the consortium. So these are the things that we have promised in the grant agreement to look into. So that's really just to say that there are things coming out of this project that will be taken forward, and there are other activities also going on that we can connect with, and we are a lot of people that have been highly engaged in this project. It's not finished yet, we still have stuff to do, please remember. There are some reporting to be done, and there's a policy brief coming out towards the end of the year, so look out for that as well. But we are definitely in this together, and I think and hope that we will carry on and that there will be future opportunities to work together, and this has been a fantastic couple of years together, and I look forward to the future engagements. So with that, just very briefly, I already kind of mentioned, but tomorrow we have workshops as the fourth funder forum. So this is by invitation. The funders that have been invited, and those of you in the project who've been asked to participate because you have a role, and we will we'll meet here in this room tomorrow morning. There will be coffee served from 8, and then we'll start at 9. And we'll first have a workshop on the future of the Funder Forum, and it will be mainly discussions in 3 smaller groups, and but I will tell you all about that tomorrow. And then we'll have a second workshop on exactly the knowledge base and the policy development tool, and that will also take place in this room. So then after, at 1 p.m., there's lunch served here, as was today, and then it's the end of the conference at 2 o'clock. But then for all PALOMERA participants, we have the consortium meeting starting at 2 until 3:30, and then it's time to enjoy Ljubljana even more, if you haven't done so already. So that's for tomorrow. For now, we are very close to refreshments, but before that, and refreshments, as you can understand, will be served in here, and dinner afterwards as well. Before that, there is still one thing we should do, which is